It's a tough tournament mentally, physically. It's a test of endurance and stamina. When the snooker's on, you definitely start feeling the pressure. You feel like you've got 980 people breathing down your neck, you know. The standard, the quality, the players coming through, it's tough. You either sink or swim there, there's no in between.
The World Snooker Championship live on Eurosport, with every shot live and on demand on Discovery+.
Hello! The battle to make it to the Crucible is always epic, and last night the English Institute of Sport provided a backdrop of immense drama once again. There were two 10-9 thrillers, including a black ball decider, one world champion out, one world finalist out, and four potential first-timers who all secured their World Championship debuts in fine style. There are 8 places left in the draw for the big one, and if today is half as good as yesterday, we're in for an absolute feast of live snooker. So welcome to Judgment Day Part 2 in Sheffield. Well, good morning, everybody. That is the view above the English Institute of Sport. The clock is ticking. And what a lineup of matches we've got for you. One player who's got to win to keep his place on tour. An amateur who needs a victory to regain his place on tour. 2 potential first-timers going head-to-head to determine whether they can join the famous 5 debutantes in the draw for this year's World Championship, and a 51-year-old bidding to become the oldest player to appear at the Crucible for more than a decade. This is going to be every bit as good as it was yesterday. Here we are, this is our little studio, and there is the 1997 champion of the world, Ken Doherty. Ken, yesterday was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? I know we hype it up, but we hype it up for a reason, because this qualification round always produces incredible drama, and yesterday was no different.
Yeah, absolutely. There was some great matches, a lot of close matches. We saw, you know, the 10-9s, and particularly that knock-on one on the black, you know, and the Tepchoy against Ricky Walden. What a quality match that was. But I think there was quality all the way through. You know, there was lots of century breaks, lots of great snooker, lots of drama, and lots of nerves as well, which we can come to expect on Judgment Day.
And what an unusual outcome. We had 4 potential debutantes yesterday, and they all won, and they all beat seriously experienced campaigners to get there. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Jack Jones beating Barry Hawkins, Sijar Wee as well winning, and Wu Yi is, I mean, how he played against Chris Wakelin, who's never lost a Judgment Day qualifier, and of course Fan Zhengzhi. How impressive was that? From 4-0 down against Stephen Maguire, who's been at the Crucible continuously for the last 20 years. He's going to miss after 20 years. So what an impressive performance that was. I mean, some great performances there from guys, inexperienced guys, but they played so freely, like there was nothing on it, and that's the best way to play at times, you know.
Yeah, it was incredibly impressive from them. Just finally, before we get into today, did you think Noppon was going to pot that black up into the green pocket?
You know something, he's such a good long potter, and I know there was a lot of pressure on it, but it was one that I see him practicing all the time, and I've watched him over the course of this last season as well, how good his long potting is. I've always fancied him for it, you know. But Zhang Anda will feel terribly unlucky. He played so well throughout that whole match, and just to lose on a black ball game, well, it's very heartbreaking, you know.
It can be so cruel, this sport, but it can be incredibly unpredictable, which is why we all love watching it. So, on to today then. We are delighted to have your company. First match, Dave Gilbert and Matthew Stevens. Gilbert, so close, 1 frame away from making the final. It was John Higgins' day in the end. Matthew Stevens, twice a runner-up. Table 1. This is a brilliant match.
I think this is the pick of the round for me. I mean, there's some great matches, and we'll go through them, of course. But I think this one is the pick of the bunch. Dave Gilbert, as you mentioned, classy player, just outside the top 16. Matthew Stevens, you know, he's been there and worn the T-shirt at the Crucible many times. He loves the best of 19. He loves the Crucible, and I think this is a really tough one to call. You would fancy Gilbert because of his higher ranking and because of his success over the last few years, but don't discount this fella. For me, I'm going to favour Matthew Stevens today, but once again, I think it's going to be a fantastic match and full of big breaks as well.
Yes, maybe a 10-8, 10-9, or is that being greedy? This is a brilliant match as well, because they both made their debuts last year. Hossein Vefai coming through a black ball decider to book his place at the Crucible, and Jackson beat Barry Hawkins before coming up second best to his great mate, Mark Williams. So this is really intriguing. It's a win for the Crucible because they're both superbly popular.
Yeah.
But how do you see this one going?
Yeah, once again, tough one to call, you know, and both have the experience of playing in the Crucible, as you mentioned. But Hussein, he's been having, the last couple of seasons have been magnificent for him, winning the shootout, giving him the confidence, knocking on the door to 16, and beating some really top players along the way. I mean, Selby a couple of times as well in there, and a few other big scalps as well. He's playing beautifully. He's a top player. I think I'm just going to favour Hussein, but for ever so slightly. I love watching Jackson Page play as well, and I know Mark Williams will be watching and supporting him as well today. But he played brilliant at the Crucible last year. Didn't play his best against Williams, of course, but he got the bit between his teeth. He got a taste of what it like to be at the Crucible, and I think you're going to have to scrape him off the table today. But I just think Hussein might have a little bit too much for him.
Well, that will be a great match on table 2. On to table 3. Ryan Day and Scott Donaldson. Now, Ryan was so downbeat after coming through his third round match. I mean, he had a sizable lead against Ash Hugill, and then Ash began to come back at him, and he was hinting he might retire next year. But he's won nearly £250,000 this season, and he won the British Open. You and I were both there. So he came across in his interview afterwards as though he was a little bit fragile. And he'll need to find his form because Donaldson will fancy the job.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously, you know, when you have some bad results and you're not playing your best, sometimes you do feel down. It does get on top of you a little bit, you know, and sometimes you've heard interviews like this from players all throughout the years, you know, and it might be a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. You know, what I would say to Ryan Day is, listen, enjoy life as a snooker player. There's going to be peaks, there's going to be troughs, there's going to be good times, there's going to be a lot of bad times, but enjoy the journey because you'll be a long time retired. And you know, he's playing a game he loves. He's very successful. He's been successful this year. And even though, you know, results can come and go, but the most important thing is enjoy the challenge. You know, this is going to be a great challenge for him to get back to the Crucible. He's got to be a tough opponent as well, Scott Donaldson. But, you know, maybe a knee-jerk reaction. Talk to Chris Henry. He might put some positive thoughts in your mind. Forget about retiring because he's still got a lot to offer this game, Ryan Day, and he's still relatively a young man.
Yes, great words there from the 1997 world champion. This is a nightmare match for these two. Two great mates. Davis made his debut in 94. Joe Perry was 99. He's been to the semis. He's been to the quarters. The headline here is Davis has to win to keep his place on tour. But Joe's got to put that out of his mind. Absolutely.
It's a horrible draw for both players. A horrible draw. That's all I can say. They won't like this match at all, you know, because of the enormity of it, of playing at the Crucible, but because of, you know, the significance of it and what it could mean for both players as well. Mark Davis trying to stay on the tour. Joe Perry trying to get back to the Crucible, trying to get back into the top 16. You know, it was only, you know, he beat Judd Trump only, you know, a season and a half ago at the Welsh Open. So it's a tough match, very, very tough match to call. I mean, both season campaigners. I've played Mark Davis in the World Championship a couple of times, and he's such a tough player. He has been over the years, and a very, very difficult one to call. But, however, Joe Perry slightly.
Okay, Joe Perry maybe against the battler from Hastings. Zhou Yulong and Elliot Slesser. Zhou's won over 100 grand this year. You know, he's gone really, really deep. I think he made the final of Northern Ireland. Yeah, he beat some big players.
Mark Allen beat him,
beat Murphy and Milkins and McGill and Gilbert en route to the match against Mark Allen. But Elliot Slesser, I think he feels he's got a point to prove. He played really well in his Crucible debut behind closed doors against Jan. I think he lost the first session 7-1, but pulled it back to 9-7 before losing 10-7. And he was so disappointed that there was no crowd and it was empty for his debut. He's burning to get back for a true appreciation of a Crucible crowd.
Yeah, and probably deservedly so. But he's up against, you know, one of the young players, the young Chinese players who is really sort of coming to the fore. He's a very consistent performer, very good all-round game, very good temperament as well. But I'm going to slightly favour Elliot Slesser here. He's got Peter Ebdon in his corner. He's come through a really tough match against Liam Highfield in the last round. Maybe his confidence is building. the bookies will say Zhu Yu Long. I'm going to go with Slessor. I'm going to give him the Ebden factor and give him the benefit of the doubt.
And you make a good point, because he was 5-1 up, I think, against Liam Highfield. And Liam pulled him back to a decider, and he still managed to get over the line. So that was a good win. Now, the ageing warrior, the Sheriff of Pottingham. I did not come up with that nickname, by the way. He inherited that one. Anthony Hamilton, 51 years young, trying to beat Jimmy Robertson to become the oldest player to appear at the Crucible since Steve Davis had his great run to the quarters in 2010.
Yeah.
What a story.
Yeah, very good story. Once again, in the sort of mould of Mark Davis, Joe Perry, been around a long time, you know, played them as amateurs and played as professionals as well. Wonderful player, great cue action. Jimmy Robertson as well, fast and furious, you know, great putter, great break builder. He was playing on the table next to me the other day in the qualifiers and looked to be hitting the ball really, really well. Anthony Hamilton qualified, didn't he? And never showed for the Crucible because of the COVID thing. Maybe a decision he might regret in years to come. But anyway, I'm going to favour, I think it's going to be a close one again, but I'm going to favour Jimmy Robertson just because I think he's going to score heavier than Anthony Hamilton.
Okay. If you're staying with us right to the very end, big packet of chocolate biscuits and a pot of tea, because Hamilton and Robertson could go very, very late. And what about this? The two youngsters, Pang Jung Siu and Xu Se, one of them guaranteed to be making a debut. So we are guaranteed to have 5 debutants. But what a great run to the Classic final. Came up short against Selby. Pang will be the favourite for this one, surely.
Yeah, he'll be the favourite, no doubt. He played really well. He beat me, of course, in the last round, and but played very, very well in the evening session, and very complete player. A good all-round game and for great technique, as indeed as you see as well. He's slowly sort of getting a few results under his belt, and a wonderful win against Jamie Jones in the last round as well. Very difficult to call. The practice partners at the Ding Junhui Academy, it's a tough match for them. A bit like, you know, Mark Davis and Joe Perry as well. So it's going to be a tough one, but I just have to go with Pang because of the results he's had and the fact that he beat me in the last round.
We won't dwell on that. And last but by no means least, Andrew Higginson. Yes, in literal terms, he is an amateur, but he's a Welsh Open runner-up a few years ago. He's beat Joe O'Connor from 5-2 down, 1 century, 7 half centuries, and he's got to beat David Amazing Grace, a former UK Championship semi-finalist, who's had 2 good wins over Sean O'Sullivan and Sam Craigie, both 10-8. But what a story that would be. If he wins, he's back on the tour. Yeah,
I know. And he's a wonderful lad, Andrew. You know, hard to believe that he fell off the tour, but such is the standard on the tour these days. You know, you got to earn a lot of money to stay in that top 64. There's a lot of pressure on all the players. He's playing for a lot today. David Grace, very experienced player as well. He's had some great wins, as you said. The Sam Craigie was a magnificent win, and Sean O'Sullivan. But I think because of the storyline, I'm going to slightly favour Andrew Higginson here. It would be a great story. And David Grace is a lovely guy, don't get me wrong. But this story of coming back and qualifying for the Crucible, guaranteeing himself a 2-year card, which Barry handed out a few years ago. It's a great incentive for him. He's going to have a lot of support here. I know a lot of the lads from Liverpool have travelled over to support him. He's a lovely lad. He's very well liked. And I think, once again, it's going to go close, but I'm going to favour Andrew.
Well, it's all teed up for a brilliant day. Thank you very much, Ken. One man, desperate to earn a 2-year tour card, courtesy of one win. Another, Mark Davis, desperate to stay on tour, 1 win away from keeping his place amongst the professional ranks. It is all to play for. It's Judgment Day Part 2. This is how they were practicing just a couple of minutes ago. Nervy moments. They are now on the table. The matches are underway. You won't miss a single ball, and you will be entertained and informed every single ball, every single frame by the doyen of the commentary box. He's joined us this year. He's poised. He's ready to go. He's had a big breakfast. He's going to be in there till midnight if it needs it, and maybe even later. So a very good morning. Dave Hendon, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Rob. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, and we're going to start here on table 3. Ryan Day already with, well, they call him Dynamite Day, and this is an explosive start. A century in the first frame, and a big break on here. Still 43 points on the table, so a possible 146, which is a very rare break indeed. Much rarer, actually, than a 147. Ryan Day was not particularly cheerful after his previous match when he got through in a very tight affair with Ashley Hugill. So even talking about retirement, as the guys were saying, but he seems in good fettle first thing here in the morning, looking to make a total clearance and really hit the ground running. There have only been 3 1-4-6 breaks made in the history of the World Championship. Mark Allen, Stuart Bingham and Nopensenko. You're never quite sure how players are going to be feeling, how they're going to be playing from the off, but this is an extraordinary start from Ryan Day. Maybe what he was saying in that interview just got it all out of his system, because in general he's had a great year, because he made a maximum and a 16 red clearance at the Tour Championship in the same match. And he needs these 4 colours, Ken, for a 1-4-6.
Wow, well, what a start. What a start from Ryan Day. And maybe, you know, I was talking to Rob, I said, maybe Chris Henry, you know, put a few positive thoughts in his mind. No better man than Chris Henry to do that. Yeah, a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. It has to be said. We've all, you know, heard those comments over the years. But he's a wonderful player, Ryan Day. And when he plays at the top of his game, you know, he's just he just gets on with it. And he can make breaks like this. This is a wonderful start if he gets this 1-4-6.
He's made a 1-4-5 in the World Championship in the past.
It's there, and he's on the black.
This black throw to the 4th ever 1-4-6 in the World Championship in its history. It's a rare break, this, and it's a great break. What about that for a start from Ryan Day? Absolutely fantastic, 146 in frame 1. Well, that's the way to launch the day, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So let's go to table 1. This is Matthew Stevens, of course, twice runner-up in the World Championship, and he's up against Dave Gilbert, former semi-finalist.
I think this is going to be a cracking match. I really do. Dave Gilbert got such a silky cue action. Been sort of not playing his best over the last couple of seasons since he got into the top 16, but still, you know, on his day, can take any scalp.
Well, he's won the first frame, as you can see. He beat Barry Pinch's 10-3. It sounds comfortable, but the first session I commentated on that, and it was quite drawn out, and he was getting a bit annoyed at times, but he managed to pull away in the evening.
You know, something I think, you know, that's the one sort of maybe is Achilles heel that he could work on just a little bit better is his temperament, Dave Gilbert, because, you know, there's nothing wrong with his cue action. He makes big breaks. He's got a good all-round game. It's just his temperament. Sometimes he lets things affect him too easily, David, you know. And,
yeah.
And I think that's what's, you know, he doesn't get the results that he probably should deserve because of it, you know.
Yeah, because it's one thing to be frustrated if you're trailing, but he was leading that match all the way. He just got a bit annoyed it was getting bogged down, but anyway, as I say, he did sort of recover later on. Two players, of course, who've been seeded in the past, but Matthew Stevens down at 54 in the world, but Dave Gilbert won't be thinking of him as the world number 54. He'll be thinking of him as a twice Crucible runner-up, former UK Masters champion.
Yeah, what a wonderful player he is. Matthew Stevens. Had so many battles with him over the years. Very talented player. Got very close, didn't he, against, was it Sean Murphy on his debut at the Crucible? Got to the final and lost in that. Very close final. There was one blue, I remember he played it left-handed, and I think that was the turning point in the match. It might have been a 15-all or 15-14 up, something like that, but and it cost him the final. Sean went on to win it.
Well, he's had 2 matches. He beat Deshiwat Poomjang 10-8, and I'd commentate on that as well. That was an extraordinary finish. It should have been 9 each. He needed 2 snookers, Matthew, and he got them, and he made a good clearance. And then Jamie Clark 10-3.
Yeah, I thought that was an impressive win against Jamie Clark, you know, who was qualified for the Crucible before. And I thought that would be a tough match for him, but he sort of won quite easy in the end. I've been practicing with Jamie Clark up in the Ding Junhui Academy, and he seemed to be playing really well, and I thought he's, you know, Matthew and him were going to have a really tough battle. But so it was a very impressive victory for him, 10-3.
Yeah, red over the pocket there, so it's going to be a bit of a lengthy frame. But we're going to take you round to just have a look at what's happening. Table 4 is very interesting, isn't it? Mark Davis has been a professional since 1991. If he loses today, he'll be off the tour. He'll have to go to Q School if he wants to continue. Joe Perry's a great friend of his.
Oh.
Joe Perry's missed that red. He won't want to relegate him, but he's got to look after his own job, which is to qualify. So it's rather awkward, really, but got to be a pro, and of course he is.
It's horrible, isn't it? It really is. A tough draw for both of them, you know, psychologically. And with so much at stake as well. It's not easy for them. It's not a match that I'd certainly like to participate in. Someone that, you know, you'd know so well, a good friend of yours. They are always hanging around with each other around the circuit. As thick as thieves, as they say.
Yeah, you always see there's a little sort of gathering of them in the players' room. Actually, Barry Hawkins is part of that group, Gerard Green, those sort of people. And Mark Davis wants to continue. The omens are good in as much as he actually holds the record for most wins in the final qualifying round. 11 wins in the final qualifying round. So that's got to be in his favour.
Yeah.
And he's had 2 tough matches. He beat Michael Giorgio and Lou Heishan, both 10 frames to 8. So he's battled hard to just make it to the last round. Andrew Higginson is 1-0 up against David Grace. Of course, Higginson, if he qualifies, because he's actually playing under amateur status, but if he qualifies, he will get his 2-year tour card back.
What a story that would be. We were just discussing it, Rob Walker and I, just in the studio, and yeah, incredible story to get your card back. Save him going back to Q School, which is, well, that's a tough way to get onto the tour. But if he wins today, he's guaranteed a 2-year card. That was the little carrot, wasn't it, that Barry Hearn handed out a few years ago. Anybody getting to the Crucible deserves a 2-year card. Great idea.
So all these matches just getting going. Well, let's just get a flavour of what's happening. We can take you to table 5. Elliot Slesser and Zhou Yulong. Zhou Yulong has just been sort of knocking on the door of the top 16 for a while. Been a ranking finalist this season in Belfast. Beat James Cahill 10-4 in the last round. They're actually pulled off at 3-3. Horrible first session, but he came out determined not to get dragged into that again, and he pulled away actually very quickly.
It's hard to believe you could be pulled off at 3-all, isn't it? Possible 9 frames to play. You've only played 6. That must have been a right marathon, that first session. But I like the way he plays, Zhou Yulong, I must say. He's a tidy player, good cue ball control.
6.
He's got a good temperament. Lost in the final of the Northern Ireland, of course, to Mark Allen.
7.
I wonder how many 10-9s we're going to see, or 10-8s today, Dave. We had a couple of them brilliant nail broiders yesterday, hadn't we?
Oh, yeah, it was thrilling stuff. As Zhou Yulong gets the reds open, so he's looking good there. But let's just take a look at table 2. This is a very interesting match, I think. Hossein Vafai and Jackson Page both made their debuts last year at the Crucible. Of course, Page beat Hawkins. Vafai lost to Judd Trump. Well, while we just watch the early stages of this match, and it is 1-0 to Jackson Page, we did catch up with Hossein Vafai after he beat Andrew Paget to get through to the final qualifying round.
Away from the Crucible again, and you had a pretty comfortable win there. How are you pleased with that?
Yeah, I didn't play so well, but I played solid. I played good enough to get over the line, and yeah, I was keep losing the cue ball. I don't know why. I was asking a few other players as well, but little bit it was tough out there. I don't know why, but all good, and I'm in the good shape. I'm enjoying playing snooker, and and that's the important things to when you play, enjoy the game as well. So at the moment I'm in that kind of shape, and yeah, I'm looking forward to my next match, and I can't wait to get to the Crucible.
Yeah, I remember when we were here at this point last year, you said you would give your last drop of blood to try and get to the Crucible. That was to try and get there for the first time, but how motivated are you to get back there tomorrow? Oh.
Yeah, it's just I'm trying my best in every tournament, so it doesn't matter which tournament it is, all the same. So I'm just trying to just show the best version of myself every time. So if it's possible, if it's not, I have to say sorry. But I'm not gonna say, I'm not here to say sorry I didn't perform. I'm here to perform, and I've been working hard, and I've been knocking doors to get a few trophy, and I can't. I think something big is on the way for me, I think.
Yeah, how equipped do you feel then if you were to get there to really go on a big run at the Crucible, not just kind of go there and perform well, but really try and make a big impact on the event?
Yeah, first of all, I have to qualify first. We've seen so many players, they come in and say, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that, and then they disappear all of a sudden. So, yeah, first I have to qualify. If I qualify to the Crucible, and again, I try my best to go so far and then make my people happy as well.
And you obviously got there for the first time last year. You played Judd Trump in the first round. What was that experience like? Do you think it was a kind of a learning curve? Do you think that's something that you can draw upon if you get back there?
Yeah, definitely, because it was tough match for both of us for the first round, and it was my first time. I didn't handle the situation very well, and then especially I wasn't in a good situation as well. So. And this year is completely different. If I qualify to the Crucible, when I qualify to the Crucible, I think I will play better.
And Martin Gould or Jackson Page tomorrow, how much of a battle are you expecting against either of them?
Both of them good player. They are such a fantastic player. Jackson Page is one of the future, like he's one of the young players coming through to the top level of this sport, and also Martin Gould is one of the great player in our tour. So both of them is going to be a tough match for me. If I don't perform well, I'm going to get beat. So definitely.
A big match ahead. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
So good to hear the thoughts of Hussein Rafai. He's in front in this frame, having lost the opener. And he's beaten, again, Mark Selby in the UK Championship and the Masters this season.
Yeah, about over 11 frames, of course. You know, he's had some good results over the last couple of seasons, and I think, you know, winning that shootout has given him the confidence. The way he played in that shootout, I mean, even in the final frame, you know, one hit, bang, frame over against Williams. But I think he's, you know, he's knocking on the door of winning a tournament, you know, in a proper ranking tournament. But yeah, and he's one of these players, if he does qualify, and he's going to have a tough match today, there's no doubt about that. But he's a classy player. He's a good long game, really solid cue action, got plenty of power in his cue, and he's a good break builder. And he's got good temperament. So he's got a lot of things going for him.
I think this match could be similar to the Ricky Walden Tepcharan match. Very open, attacking, and that was an absolute thriller in the end.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed that match. It was... and it came down to a couple of flukes in the end, didn't it? I mean, Tepchaya had his fluke early on in the match. Ricky Wallen had that fluke on the speculative double. It ended up being a treble. And it got over the line eventually, but yeah, fascinating game. Brilliant to watch.
So Rafai, 44 in front with that pink. A couple more reds needed to just level up and settle into this match. Remember, it's 9 frames this afternoon. Of course, you can contact us. We had a lot of messages yesterday. We were very grateful for them. On Twitter, Ken is at Ken Doherty 1997. I'm at Dave Hendon. Rob is at Rob Walker TV. And also World Snooker Tour is at We Are WST. And already, actually, a few questions have come in. Liam has asked, with the possibility of Andrew Higginson making the Crucible as an amateur, how many times have amateurs qualified? Well, James Cahill, of course, was an amateur. He beat Ronnie O'Sullivan. And last year, Michael White got there. Mark Williams beat him. So James Cahill, Liam asked what's the best performances. It's got to be that, hasn't it? Beating
Absolutely,
Ronnie.
Yeah, and what a story it is, you know, to qualify as an amateur. Incredible. Big match for Andrew Higginson today. Guaranteed a 2-year card. Save him going back to Q school, which is never nice for any of the players who've been on the tour for a few years. So a lot of pressure on that match against David Grace today. This has been a good break from Hussein.
Yeah, that's one each, and a lively start between Hussein Vafai and Jackson Page. So we were talking about Andrew Higginson. Here he is. Well, that's actually David Grace at the table. He's played there in 2017 at the Crucible. He's had a couple of really tough matches. Sean O'Sullivan and Sam Craigie, both by 10 frames to 8. Just a real snooker man, David Grace. Plays at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds. And certainly should have done enough now to keep his tour card. He was on that on the bubble, but obviously all the points he's racked up here, all to the good for him.
31.
Higginson won the first frame, as you can see. I mean, he's playing under amateur status, but of course he was a professional for so long. He's not some sort of plucky plumber who's turned up with his cue. He's a very, very tough player.
Yeah, and bags of experience as well. And so is this man. David Grace, as you said, plays in the Northern Snooker Centre, along with Peter Lyons, Oliver Lyons and Sanderson Lamb.
When he qualified in 2017, because he's a huge snooker fan, David, he actually lost in the first round, but he actually, well, let's just say half-inched the little nameplate they put on the door with your little name on for the dressing room door. David Grace took it home with him as a little memento. Don't tell Will Snooker.
He didn't take the door as well, did he?
If he could have done, I'm sure he would. Yeah, actually, one thing that was great was that it was the 40th anniversary of the Crucible. They had, you were there, the big parade, and they had his picture with all the great champions. It was fantastic.
Fantastic, yeah. I can see him walking out the stage door with a big door under his arm with the name David Grace on it. Good start and a good reply. Good start from Higginson. Good reply from David Grace. Black, red required, and it'll be 1-1. And it's always, you know, we always talk about getting your first frame on the board. It's very, very important, even in the best of 19. I know you got plenty of time, but you know you want to get that frame on the board early just to settle the nerves, because believe you me, there's a lot of nerves out there in this match. It's probably one of the toughest matches as a professional you're ever likely to play. And if you have to play to get your tour card, that's, well, it's even more difficult. But yeah, nice little break here from David Grace to get his first frame on the board.
Yeah, he's a former UK semi-finalist, and he actually beat Higginson that year, 2015, along the way, round 1. So he's got some good memories of playing him. So it's going to be 1-1, and a nice break, as Ken said, for Grace just to settle into that match. So let's go to table 5, because this is a close frame. As you can see, they're on the colours here. Elliot Slessor and Zhou Yulong, just 3 points in it. Brown not particularly friendly where it is. The 146 from Ryan Day, of course, is the highest of the championship. He beat Tepchaya's one. He's not been the best few hours for Tepchaya, has it? He got knocked out and his high break's gone. So it's worth 15,000, unless, of course, someone else makes one, or there's a maximum.
Good pot on the yellow, but why hit it so hard? Obviously not confident of getting the yellow. He could have left that cue ball anywhere in the middle of the table for the green.
Just to say, by the way, Ryan Day's now 2-0 up against Scott Donaldson, so great start for Ryan today.
May get a chance of putting the cue ball down behind the pink here. looks good. It's a good line. Is it a bit hard? Good effort.
Elliot Slessor's another player. We mentioned Jordan Brown yesterday. He made his debut 3 years ago when it was behind closed doors, so he didn't get the sort of full Crucible experience. No audience there. Beat Liam Highfield 10-9 in the last round, so he's come through a real fight already.
Oh, have a look at this shot. Look at that. Played it to perfection. Maybe a brave man to try and clip this green on the left-hand side as we look. He has got a bit of the green. But the problem is he'll be knocking the green towards the right corner, and he could take the brown out as well. So he's got to be very careful here. He may have to play cushion first. It's good refereeing. Look at the referee. Just having a look at where the cue ball is, because she knows that it's a possibility that he could miss this. He's got to be careful here. As I said, if he clips this green, he could end up knocking the brown out and knocking the green over the right corner. Could end up missing it completely as well. That was the danger. Now, that's why the referee had a good look at the cue ball. Free ball. Well, do you know something? You could take the blue here and knock the cue ball in behind the brown. Oh, he's taking the brown. He's going to bring the brown into play. Good idea as well. Trying to get the cue ball back up the table into the balk area and snooker once again. So good tactical shot that from Elliot Slessor. Now that puts even more pressure on Zhu Yulong here. He's got to try and hit the green from the top cushion. Very dangerous this. Playing it slow. Could leave this. Oh, that's a wrong way to play that shot. Could not get away with that, hitting it at that pace now. That little shot of bringing the brown into play could prove very fruitful indeed.
Yeah, I mean, he's fallen into Slessor's trap well and truly, hasn't he?
Mm. And that pink, he's going to need the pink, but for a left-hander, that's not too bad. Important to win frames like this early on in the match. It just sort of puts your opponent on the back foot. Really hurts them when you lose a frame like this.
Yeah, because Slessor's completely outmanoeuvred him, actually. It's a little early boost for him if he can pot these next 3 balls.
Yeah, that's okay. He was a little bit scared that it might have ran too far the cue ball, but I think he's okay. I think he can just drop this in dead weight and just leave the cue ball just as long as it's just off the side cushion. Doesn't want to be touching the side cushion here with the cue ball. Now a little bounce, and that should be perfect. And just drop this in almost dead weight. Doesn't want to play this with any pace whatsoever. Just give it a chance to go into the pocket. And this would be a good clearance for Elliot Slessor here to win the first frame. Well, he punched it and it rattled, but it went in. Good win in the first frame for Elliot Slessor.
Yeah, great steal that. As I say, he sort of just led Zhou Yulong into his trap, and it worked a treat. This is table 1, and as you can see, 35 in it, 35 on. Gilbert in front, and he's just snookered Matthew Stevens. So this next shot as we join it is actually a big one. He's got to hit the red. He can't afford to leave it on, otherwise he'll be 2-0 down. If you were watching the match with Poomjang the other night, I mean, it was such drama. Poomjang, it's funny, he's a very methodical player who's a great entertainer. There's not many of those around, but he's such a character.
Yeah, he makes some very unusual facial expressions as well along the way. So he's not easy to play against. I played him in the World Championships here 1 year, and he's a good player. He sort of acts a little bit funny, but I tell you what, he can really play the game. He's a very clever player, and he's not easy to play against. Matthew had a really tough match against him.
Got to get out this snooker.
He's missed it.
Yeah. So now he needs, well, one to tie himself. It's looking like 2-0.
Blue is not in a bad position for snookers if you can try and hide the cue ball behind it here. Tried it. Not a bad effort. He's left the red. It's one of these that you're going to go for the red. He knows full well that the cue ball could be careering off the top cushion and maybe running into the black, but possibly may knock the black safe here as well. And there you go. That's what happens.
Well, Dave Gilbert is looking good for 2-0, and after he beat Barry Pinches 10-3 in the last round, we were able to catch up with him for his thoughts.
We were one match away. It's a weird match, that sort of Judgment Day game.
Yeah, no, I'm not all that. Listen, I'd be lying if I said I don't want to be at the Crucible. Of course I want to be at the Crucible. I need to win some matches and save my ranking a little bit, you know. But I've got bigger ambitions. Well, I used to have bigger ambitions than just qualifying for the Crucible. So it's a bit weird now, obviously. Yeah, my game ain't that very good anymore, you know. So it is what it is, and whether I play, whether it's Matthew or Jamie or whatever, I'll try and win 10 frames, and that's it.
Could that be the catalyst, though, if you can get yourself there to maybe spring back into life? We've seen you do well at the Crucible before.
Yeah, the Crucible's a special place. If you're not there, you know, I certainly don't want to talk about snooker for the next 2 or 3 weeks. So I want to be there and I want to give it a go. Definitely, like everybody will in that last round.
And do you believe it is still in there if you can get on? Is it perhaps the stage you've said you don't like the qualifiers and things in the past? Do you think maybe that stage could be the thing that?
Yeah, I think I just went far too long without hardly playing and trying, and obviously, you know, I used to try really hard, practice really hard. My life was revolved around snooker, whereas I've just since COVID, I just you know, I've done a lot of bad, wrong things and just got myself in a bit of a rut with the game. You know, it's a really hard game. I've always struggled with it mentally, and even when I was on it and playing really well and confident, you know, it was still a struggle. So, yeah, I just take it for what it is now.
Well, you're one game away from getting back to the big stage anyway. Good luck, Dave.
Cheers.
So it's Dave Gilbert, and as you can see, potting the red, he's definitely won this frame. So I think we can... Yeah, just showing you that Hussein Rafai is now 2-1 up against Jackson Page. Let's have a look at the Sheriff, Anthony Hamilton. Now, if he wins today, he'll be the oldest qualifier since Steve Davis in 2010. Anthony Hamilton, I think we can call him a veteran. I don't think he would complain about that. He's 51 years of age, and what a trooper he is, still going strong. He's not actually played at the Crucible for 15 years. He qualified 3 years ago, didn't play because he was concerned about the COVID and all the rest of it. So 15 years it's been.
Yeah, it's a long time, isn't it? He's got a lovely cue action though. It never changed. Real long draw back. Look how far the cue goes back, but strikes the ball nice. Yeah, loves the game, of course. Been playing a long time, being a professional. I'm probably turned professional in 91, or I'd say
91, yeah.
Yeah. Just a year after me, and yeah,
Yes, it's an achievement to still be going, particularly with the health problems he had. With his back and everything, his shoulders, it's been difficult.
I think it's going to be a close match, this. It was quite, you know, when he didn't play at the Crucible, because he was concerned about the COVID at the time, it ended up there was no crowds came in anyway. Yeah. That was the ironic thing, wasn't it? The crowds weren't allowed back in.
Just to say, the score hasn't changed on the screen, but he's definitely further ahead than this. He's, I think he's 56 in front. So
it's changed now.
Yeah, oh, there you go. So snookers are required. So the Sheriff's going to level up with Jimmy Robertson, who himself has played 4 times at the Crucible, yet to win a match there. That black shouldn't make a difference. Jimmy might play on, but it's looking like 1 frame apiece. Now then, we saw Elliot Slessor win a very dramatic frame a moment ago on table 5, and it was only frame 1 of a possible 19, but might just the way he won it might just have given him that little boost of confidence he needs. Here he is at the table in frame 2.
Oh, has he made it?
Oh, well.
I think someone might have opened the door and the wind blew that one in, because it never looked like it was going to make the pocket there. Yeah, as I said, he's working in, you know, he's one of these guys that his temperament lets him down as well. You know, he wears his heart in his sleeve, and sometimes it gets the better of him mentally, but he's employed the services of Peter Ebdon, and just like Anthony McGill has, and I think it's definitely helped his game. He seems a little bit more calmer, doesn't he, at the table there?
Yeah, I mean, and you have to be, don't you? Because, as you well know, so many things can go wrong. It's an emotional roller coaster, and it's very hard. Everyone is made differently, aren't they?
Yeah.
Every human is different. It's very hard sometimes to put aside the bad stuff, but in a long match you have to, because there will be bad stuff.
Of course. Yeah, yeah. And the thing about it is, out there, you have to accept that, you know, the little bit of bad luck, you know, that's going to go against you. And you're going to have to accept that you're going to miss pots, and the other guy is going to, you know, get pots and get a little bit of rub here and there. That's part of the game. You know, you have to accept it and be able to control your emotions out there. I think that's one of the most difficult things. And particularly when you're sitting in your chair and you're waiting for your opponent to miss. That's what makes our sport one of the toughest, certainly mentally, you know, to be able to cope with that and keep your concentration. Sit out for long periods and be able to come back. And when you come back, you're switched on. And that's something that you might have struggled with over the years, but he looks to be, you know, his head seems to be in the right place at the moment, Elliot Slessor.
Yeah, because he's seen his good friend Gary Wilson get a Crucible seeding. Gary will be seeded 15 this year, so that's a bit of sort of motivation from someone he knows well. He's kicked on, won a tournament. Just to say, we had Marzipan Joe on Twitter just saying, maybe not his real name, but he says, I've really enjoyed the programme yesterday. Thanks to everyone involved. I'm watching from Lübeck in Germany. After being in Sheffield for the last 3 years, hope for another thrilling day.
He's not a baker, is he? Must be. Joe the baker.
Lee Seymour wants to see Anthony Hamilton do it today. He says if I could put any players through, it would be Matthew, Stevens, Higginson, Perry and Hamilton. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. They've got to get to 10.
Well, we've had a lot of people from around the world, didn't they? They were sending in some lovely photographs, particularly one from Florida. It was quite nice. I wonder what photographs we're going to get today, Dave. Someone from Canada, wasn't there, yesterday as well? Nova Scotia.
Yeah. Do let us know where you are watching around the world.
Australia. Yeah, let us know. Send us a little tweet or a picture if you can. Even if you're at work and your boss doesn't know, we won't tell. Don't worry. Big shot, this. Yeah, it's missable. Close to the cushion. Trying to get back on the black. I'm not quite sure he's done any damage, though. I don't think there's a possibility of a red on, but he's got a good lead, 60.
So we're going to drop in on table 7 because we're going to catch up with guaranteed another debutant. We had 4 yesterday and we're guaranteed one on table 7 because Zhu Se and Pang Junyu are both looking to get there for the first time. This is frame 2. Pang won the first. He needs a snooker in this, and he's just laid one. Although you would think Zhu Se would hit this off the back cushion.
As I said, another tough match for these two lads. Playing to try and get to the Crucible for their first time ever. Oh, he's missed it, and he might leave a free ball. Oh, what a disaster.
Wow, I'm amazed.
What a disaster.
So what a time to pick up the coverage. I mean, you know, you think that was going to be one all day long, well, but maybe not now.
Yeah, this would be some clearance, wouldn't it? What a crucial blow it could be to Zhu Se. Nicely on the pink, play for black here, and then back up for that red in bulk, and he can take any colour with that red. And they're all in the open. What a mistake.
And again, okay, it's early in the match, but this will be a big blow because you just want to settle in, get your first frame on the board. He looked guaranteed to do that. It didn't look a difficult escape, really.
He's got a very solid cue action. There's Pang Junyu. Very steady indeed. Very reliable. Got to the final, of course, of the WST Classic. That was the last ranking tournament for players who weren't in the Tour Championships, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, he's made very good progress this season. He reached his first quarter-final, then his first semi-final, then his first final. So obviously the next step is to win a tournament. Yeah, Mark Selby beat him in that final, but there's no disgrace in that, obviously. Needs all 5 colours here.
Oh, this looks a bit fast. Needs to slow up. Slow up short of the balk line, you're okay. Just about. Nice little video from Snooker Lover who's watching. The dog on the couch as well is having a look at Rob Walker on TV. He has all types of fans, that Rob Walker, hasn't he? He's making hard work of this. He's on the blue, but it's not like he can get on the blue and play for the pink into bottom left or right corner. So he may have to play for pink, I think, into one of the middle pockets, maybe the right centre pocket. This will, yeah, he's struggling. I don't think I'm not quite sure what he's playing it for the corner, but I don't think he could have played for it. I thought he had to play for the right centre. Needed that cue ball down towards the black. Another 5 or 6 inches would have been perfect. So he's struggling now. This is not easy to pot the pink and get on the black. Where's he going to play it? Into the corner or into the middle? And if he plays it into the corner, well, he could go in off here. Watch the cue ball. It could go in off. Oh, it might go in the middle. He's missed the pink.
Well, she'll be so relieved because he looked certain to lose that frame. Pang he didn't quite control things, did he?
No.
Juicer just needs the pink for one each after all that.
Yeah, what a relief it will be as well. Well played.
In it goes. So he levels up. Already drama, isn't there, on this second Judgment Day. Now a big veterans clash on table 4. He's Joe Perry, Mark Davis. Mark Davis battling to stay on the tour. It's 2-0 already to Perry. Davis 63-0 in front in the next frame. So as we watch Mark here try win his first frame, let's hear his thoughts ahead of what for him is a massive match.
For him, knowing he could get back to the Crucible, he's going to put out of his mind the fact that he could end your tour career for this year, and you've got to do the same. You've got to cast that friendship to one side.
Of course you will. You've got to. You can't be thinking of that. You know, I'm sure Joe would rather not want to knock me off. Well, I hope so. Anyway, he's a good mate of mine. But listen, I've played really good friends over the years, Barry, Stuart, and when you play, I mean, you think they hate you the way they play. They're animals, but they're just doing the job. That's what you've got to do. And Joe will do that because he's a ranking event winner. He's a top 16 player. I know he's here, but in my eyes, top 16 player. So, yeah, there'd be no thought of that at all. You know what I mean? And from his side, obviously, and I've just got to win. I'm not thinking of playing Joe. I know how good he is and what I've got to do, and I've got to play, my best to have a chance.
Is this one of the most important matches of your career?
I mean, it is because I want to keep playing. Obviously, that's what I've been doing, and I haven't really been close to dropping off not for a long time, for a long time really. So yeah, it is because I want to carry on playing. I know we love and hate the game, but obviously I will miss it if I fell off and didn't play anymore. I would miss it for sure, even though this season has been, not really enjoyable, not just results wise, but yeah, look, it's a big game already. You just got to play the balls because, like I say, even if it was just to get to the Crucible alone, with the ranking safe, it would be a massive game. So if you put too much on it, I don't think my old heart would take it.
Well, listen, the best of luck. I know the match will be played in a great spirit.
Nice one.
I thought it was a very interesting interview because we've heard a few players say, "Oh, I might, pack in," but actually, when the threat of actually not being able to play anymore comes along, which is there for Mark, he says, "Of course, I want to carry on."
Yeah, but it's just a different attitude, isn't it? I mean, there's a guy. He's played for years and years, and he's still loving it. Okay. He hasn't had the best of the last couple of seasons, but he still wants to play, he still wants to compete, and he is competing. And if he wins today, he'll be guaranteed it for another 2 years. And he loves the game still, and it's wonderful to see, and I totally relate to it. Yeah, we all get a bit down and, a bit frustrated when you don't play the way you can play or the way you like to think that you can play. And you don't get the results, but, some of the lads that, they're a lot better off than they actually think they are,
Yeah, and also as Joe Perry pots that, so he can still win this frame. Whatever job you do, there are days when you don't enjoy it.
Of course. Yeah.
Because that's just life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Joe Perry, semi-finalist at the Crucible back in 2008. He's looking to appear there for the first time in 4 years. 16 appearances under his belt. His debut was pretty sensational. He beat Steve Davis 10-9 on the black with a clearance.
Was that the answer to the trivia question?
Well, we're given the answer before the question. Yes, Steve, of course, lost 2 black ball frames. We know the other one. I think most people know it. 85 is the clue.
Yeah. Have you got any trivia questions for today, Dave?
I'll dig a couple out for you, Ken, in a moment.
Yeah,
just give me a
sure
chance.
you will.
Mark Davis trying to defend this lead. 55 the lead, 67 on. Sending reds to bulk. Obviously, Perry's going to need pretty high value colours. Just to say, on table 2, they've gone to the interval. The same for Faye Jackson Page already 2-2. So this frame, still a little way to run, but we want to try and give you a flavour of everything that's happening. Ryan Day started with the 1-4-6, the highest break of the championship this year. He's 2-0 up with a chance for 3-0 here against Scott Donaldson. That blue puts him, in fact, 28 in front with 27 on.
6.
Well, Darren sent us in a tweet. He said, loving the coverage of Judgment Day. I'm decorating around the house, so he can't actually see the TV, but he's listening to the commentary. Well, good man, Darren. Enjoy the decorating. I hope there's plenty of yellows and reds on the wall. Some nice colours.
Scott Donaldson, sorry Ken, Scott Donaldson, he had a good win over Yuan Sijun. You know, he's a very talented player from China, 10-7, but at the moment he's looking like going 3-0 down. He needs 2 snookers.
And he's been quite successful, hasn't he, on Judgment Day over a few years, if I remember correctly, Dave?
Well, yeah, I think he's a very tough player, actually. Maybe he doesn't score as heavily as some players, but, you know, if it's a battle, Scott Donaldson can get stuck in.
Yeah.
This is the scene. We saw people queuing up outside earlier on. It's a lot of people have come along today, which is great. We heard the big cheer when Nopp and Sengan potted that black last night.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't get my car into the car park today.
I thought you'd have a space reserve, Ken. Former champions.
No, it's not the Masters. Oh, it's a nice little shot there from Scott Donaldson. Clever little shot. And he's got a snooker. He can swerve it, but he's got to be careful here, Ronde. He doesn't want to hit the black.
They've had 4 meetings. Ryan Day, in fact, has won them all. Just missed out. He could have got seeded, of course, but Tour Championship lost that first round match to Mark Selby, so that's why he's had to come to the qualifying. So this frame looks like it's going to be Ryan Day's, 3-0, barring a couple of snookers. Let's just check in on table 4 where we were. Nothing has changed here. It's still 55 the lead for Mark Davis, with 67 available. Yeah, he was very realistic about the whole dynamic. He knows that they've got to set aside any friendship. They're here to look after themselves. It's a very you have to be single-minded in a sport like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's never easy, though. I mean, I always found it difficult, you know, and particularly from your practice partners, you know, like when you played someone from your own country as well, it was always difficult. Any of the Irish lads I played over the years, I always found it difficult psychologically. Someone that you know so well, you know, very familiar with.
We've got a tweet here to Ken. This will make you jealous, because it's made me jealous. From Tim Forte. He says, I'm tuning in to Judgment Day 2 from Trinidad and Tobago with a rum punch.
Oh, lovely. Well, enjoy your rum punch. I'm sure the weather there is a lot better than it is in Sheffield at the moment. It was quite chilly this morning. Of course, the draw is tomorrow as well. That's taking place on BBC Radio 5 Live, isn't it?
Yeah, 8:35 AM UK time. Rob Walker is actually going to be on doing a preview at 10 to 7 in the morning, so do tune in for that. Well, we're going to leave this table for now because table 1 is coming to the boil here. It's 2-0 to Gilbert against Stevens, but Matthew Stevens 23 to the good here. So he's going to need this black and the red.
Trying to play on the red into the right centre or into the top right-hand corner, the green pocket. Sort of come betwixt and between here. Another half an inch and it was perfect for the right centre. Where is he going to play it? He's going to play it into the green pocket. Needs the red. May have just spotted somebody in the crowd, just moved, and because that's in their eye line there, they're looking into the crowd from that angle. An important shot this from Matthew Stevens. Get that first frame on the board. He knows that's why he's giving it everything, checking the line. Characteristic of his. Is it there? It certainly is. He's walking. And he's on the pink nicely. So good reply from Matthew Stevens. He's going to win his first frame of the morning.
Yeah, he's still, when he puts it together, such a classy player, I think. I always look forward to watching him. You know, a lot of snooker fans would love to see a resurgence from Matthew. 18 appearances at the Crucible already under his belt. Played there last year, lost to Lazowski. So it's going to be 2-1, and he's on the scoreboard. This could be a very close match, and we'll follow it, of course, throughout the day. As we go to table 7, this is the all debutants, would-be debutants match, Yuza and Pang Jung-yu. So Pang trailing, but with a chance here to get back into this frame. It's an interesting dynamic. You know, we've seen the opposite end of it, I guess, with Perry and Davis, two veterans. These are two up-and-comers. Pang already a ranking finalist. You saw him, obviously, Ken, from close quarters the other day.
Yeah, and you know, I've watched him quite a lot over the last couple of years, actually, because he plays in the academy, in Ding Junhui's academy, as indeed does Zhu Si as well. And he practices an awful lot on his own. You know, he very rarely plays. He might play maybe one player towards the end of the day, but a lot of the stuff he does is sort of solo work, you know. But he's working on that cue action all the time. He's got to set up a little bit like Ding. He doesn't have a cue action like Ding, but he tries to emulate what Ding does with the cue ball. Tries to keep it under really close control. He's got really good, solid cue action. Very, you know, simplistic. He stays very still on the shot, but he's got a good long game. He played some good safety against me. And he's quite knowledgeable of his angles. I mean, I was very, very impressed. Well, I wasn't impressed, really, because I lost, but, you know, I just... But no, I think he's very solid. I mean, it's not someone that you get excited about watching, because he's sort of very methodical. I'd like to see him play a little bit quicker, you know, and make decisions quicker, because sometimes he can, you know, get up to, you know, 27, 28, sometimes 30 seconds a shot. He needs to be a little bit faster, I think, if he's going to sort of impress people. And, you know, you really want to sort of... Oh, he's missed that now. That's going to cost him. But yeah, I'd like to see him play a little bit quicker. Sometimes I think there's too much thought process into going into some of the straightforward shots, Dave, you know, and they take a little bit too long. It's all about technique with them, but sometimes you just you see the shot and just play it, you know.
Well, Ash, as you say, he's 71 in the world. In terms of centuries, it's quite interesting. He's made 10 this season out of a career total of only 31, so a third of his centuries have come this season. So it suggests he has worked on his scoring. Highest break 145, former Indian Open semi-finalist, and beat Jamie Jones in the last round. Jamie Jones, former quarter-finalist at the Crucible, so that was a terrific win, 10-7. Just to say, Joe Perry 2-1 over Mark Davis. Mark Davis did win that third frame.
Yeah, I think he's going to see a few of those safety games between those two wily foxes. Know every part of the snooker table. Would have liked to been a little bit lower with the cue ball there, so he could have potted the red and maybe brought the other red just below the pink into play. Just hit it a little bit harder than he would have preferred. He's got a lot to do here, though. You know, the next four reds aren't going to be easy. He's got to work out how he's going to try and develop those two reds on the left-hand side cushion. But he's got a 43-point lead, so 51 after the black. He'll probably play on this red just below the black here.
So 51 in front, this red will leave Pang needing a snooker. He had a good chance certainly to get back into the frame, missed the blue going into the reds.
Yeah, there'll be no heroics. He won't be playing this with too much pace, he won't think. Make sure of it. Nice shot. I don't think he's got the angle to go into the pink and red, so he may just be taking the black just to make sure that Pang will need an extra couple of snookers. Pretty solid. They play a very similar game, actually, the both players. They got very good techniques.
So 59 the lead with 51 on that frame. You feel should be his. Yeah, looking like 2-1 to Juicer. Still, of course, early stages of all these matches. We're going to go back to table 8. David Grace and Andrew Higginson. Higginson, of course, playing under amateur status. If he wins and qualifies, he will get a 2-year tour card. And apart from anything else, Andrew Higginson has not played at the Crucible since 2012, so it would be just wonderful to be back there. And dropped off the tour. He must have wondered if he would ever sort of get the chance again. But David Grace 2-1 up with a good scoring chance here. Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan this season in the Northern Ireland Open in Belfast. We had a question yesterday, who's the tallest player who's ever played at the Crucible? Well, David Grace is a bit of a giant himself, isn't he? He'd be in the reckoning.
Yeah. Remember John Campbell all those years ago from Australia? I mean, he must have been about 6'6" or 7. Don't know how tall David Grace is, but he must be at least 6'4", 6'5", is he?
He's a bit of a giant. Yeah. I've just, by the way, just had a tweet from Mike Holt. Not that one. This is a different one. In San Diego, he's tuning in where it's currently 5 a.m. So
Wow.
every credit for getting up early.
Every credit indeed.
It's great to have so many people from around the world. We've had one from Belgium as well, because snooker is so popular. And not every territory, it's as easy to watch it as maybe in Britain, where we're a bit spoilt. So it's great that people are tuning in on the World Snooker Tour YouTube and Facebook pages.
Posh Josh sends us a little tweet. He says, trivia question, I'm sure you'll know this though. One of the players playing today once played on for 7 snookers and got them, but missed the final pink and lost the frame. Which player was it?
Well, I don't know, but I would guess it's one of the older players. So I'm going to say Hamilton is a good shout, I think.
Yeah, Hamilton, maybe Mark Davis.
Maybe Mark, yeah, it's going to be one of those guys, I think, one of the
Joe
old
Perry.
stages.
Yeah, yeah.
7 snookers.
7 snookers, yeah.
Thank you. 32.
Now, can he pot the blue? Just avoid the pink. Go into those 4 reds, left of the black. He's having a look at the red over the left centre pocket. Looks pretty tight, but this is a perfect angle. Just missed the pink into those 4 reds, and he still should be on the red into the right corner. A good opportunity, this. This is where you've got to be positive and play the right shot. You know, he'll play this in practice. It's a natural angle. Digging down on the cue ball. That's the shot. And he's always got to be on the red into the right corner. And he's developed one into the left corner, which is perfect.
37.
Yeah, as I say, he practices at the Northern Snooker Centre, one of the great clubs in England. In Leeds, it was actually opened before the snooker boom of the late 70s, so great foresight from the Williamson family to open that. Great facility, still going strong. A lot of other clubs, of course, have come and gone in that time. Saw Oliver Lyons the other day just losing out to Hamilton, 10-9, he plays there. Sanderson Lamb as well. Peter Lyons, of course, and various others. Paul Hunter used to play there.
I've got another trivia question for you, Dave. They're flying in from Skylar Hamilton. What year at the Crucible did a fire alarm halt play for a while?
I was there. Well, I seem to remember it because I remember. I'll tell you who was playing, Graham Dott, because we sort of traipsed out a back entrance that no one knew about. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess it was the year he won it, 06, but that is a guess.
Okay, well, there you go, Skylar. Don't know whether it's right or wrong. I'll tell you, I wish the fire alarm went off when I was leading 4-0 the other day. It might have done me the world of good. It's been a nice break, this. He's kept the cue ball under tight control. I think he's got a nice angle now. He can play on one of those reds.
I just found it actually.
Black. Go on.
In the almanac.
Well, you're correct. 2006.
Friday, the 21st of April, 2006.
Very good. Excellent. Well
Still
done.
got it.
I never doubted you for a minute. There you go, Skylar. I hope you enjoyed that. I knew David would. How many 146s have we had this season? That's quite. We've had a few, haven't we? It's been incredible.
Yeah, it's still rare, but just so many great breaks being knocked in general, isn't there?
So break goes to 56. Now this is it gets a little bit tricky. He's not on this red, the straight red that he would like. The ideal red would be the red that's near the black, just to the left of the black, but it's in the open. But this red is a little bit straight, so he has to force it off 2 cushions, maybe for the pink. No, he's played that nice.
51.
He's played that nice. Okay, it's run on a little bit, but he's still. That's another red out of the way. So pink and one more red will be enough.
Meanwhile, Josh, who asked that question about the 7 snookers, has given us the answer. It was Elliot Slesser
Wow.
He says in the 2019 Welsh Open, last 32 against Yang Andrews, 2-1 up. He played on for them, and he did end up winning the match. That's dark stuff, isn't it? 7 snookers.
7 snookers. Should never be allowed. Serves him right for missing the pink. Actually, I'm going to put it out there. I don't know what you think about this, but if you need 4 snookers or more, I think you should concede. There should be a rule, I think, to stop players playing on for more than 4 snookers. What do you think?
I could see your point, because it can sometimes just add a lot of time to a match, but on the odd occasion, people do get them.
I know, but it's, unless it's the last frame, I'd say that would be the exception to the rule. If it's the last frame, okay, you're hanging on, but I mean, it's the first frame of a match, you need 4 snookers. You know, don't think people are really going to be on the edge of their seats watching that. So I'm just putting it out there. Maybe if you disagree with me, let me know, or let Dave Hendon know on our Twitter profiles. But I think over 4 snookers, yeah, I think it's a little bit too much. It's very unusual, isn't it? It's very, very unusual.
Well, meanwhile, it's been a good break this from David Grace, and he's going to be 3-1 up going to the interval, playing good stuff. It's a big match for him, of course, as well as Andrew Higginson. A lot of the focus on Higginson, but as I say, Grace, big snooker lover, and he wants to get back to the Crucible for a second time, 5 years on, or 6 years on, actually. 2017 was his only other visit. So it's going to be 3-1 there, and of course we saw Ryan Day make a great start to his match, a 1-4-6 against Scott Donaldson. He's carried on in that vein. He's 3-0 up, and he's got a chance here on table 3 for 4-0 as you pick it up. This is in fact, well, 44 in front, 59 on, so a couple of balls away from 4-0. And despite the way he was sort of feeling after his lengthy victory, eventual victory over Asher Hugill, he's clearly feeling a lot better this morning as he looks to put himself through to the Crucible stage. Playing good stuff. His 14th appearance, Ryan Day. He's been in 3 quarter-finals at the Crucible. Of course, he's played there in the past as a seed. Missed that one. So it's only 1 snooker needed. 52. Yeah, he looks at the scoreboard. Just 1 snooker, so Scott Donaldson obviously will play on. It's 3-1, by the way, Dave Gilbert over Matthew Stevens. They've just gone to the interval. Of course, we're still in the very early stages of all these matches. Well, Donaldson, I guess, will pop 2 of the reds and then try and lay the snooker on the last one. This is the thing, it's just added a bit of sort of mental energy you don't expend here for Ryan Day. If he'd have potted that red, then, you know, we'd be into frame, well, we'd be into the interval, actually. It'd be 4-0 guaranteed. And the concern, I guess, for Day is that there's nothing safe. There's no colours on cushions. So if Donaldson were to successfully get the snooker, then the clearance would be on. Just to sort of slightly took his eye off that red when he looked certain to nail the frame, Ryan Day. And now it's just a bit of anxiety he didn't really need. Oh, but Donaldson's got the double kiss, so that's not great. So just to run down the scores, Dave Gilbert 3-1 up on Matthew Stevens, 2-2 Hussein Vafai and Jackson Page, 2-1 Joe Perry over Mark Davis, 2-0 Elliot Slesser over Zhou Yulong, 2-1 Jimmy Robertson over Anthony Hamilton, 2-1 Zhu Se over Pang Junju, 3-1 David Grace over Andrew Higginson, and of course 3-0 here Ryan Day over Scott Donaldson. 9 frames they play in this opening session. They're back at 5 o'clock UK time tonight for the concluding session, trying to match the drama of last night. So, as I say, Scott Donaldson needs a snooker. We're still in the very early stages of all these matches, but for now we're going to go to our studio and join Ken and Rob.
Thanks very much, Hendo. Talk about high quality for a start. We mentioned before the beginning of play about Ryan Day, Ken, feeling downhearted after labouring his way to his win over Ash Hugel. A 1-4-6. I mean, he's started like a steam train.
Yeah.
What a break.
What a wonderful break. I mean, he's had in the Tour Championships, it was what, 1-4-7, a 16 red clearance, and now he's made a 1-4-6 here, in line for a £15,000 high break prize. This is a wonderful shot. Have a look at this. You see the action he gets on the cue ball there. He sort of hits the reds, and then it goes again. And he's got wonderful cue power, Ryan Day. But just look at all the reds. Just split up beautifully. Played for the pink into the middle, perfect angle, dropped it in lovely, and yeah, I mean they're very rare 1-4-6s, you know, but is beating Tepchoya, double whammy for Tepchoya, who had the high break up to now, and that's a nice prize, unless someone equals it or of course gets a 1-4-7. Now there's a wonderful pattern of play here. We're commentating on this. This is a wonderful shot from Elliot Slesser. He hits the green from the back, down the table, perfect right behind the black. Now we can see just a bit of it, but it's a very dangerous shot that, first of all. He probably should have come off the cushion, hit it hard, because the brown is safe, and even if he leaves the green on, the brown is safe. So he misses it. Now, leaves a free ball for Elliot Slesser. What does he do? He doesn't put him back. He takes the brown off the side cushion, which he needs, brings it into open play, gets the cue ball back down into the balk area, keeps his opponent snookered. Now, this is the shot he should have played the first time, but a little bit better and a little bit harder. This time, he doesn't see a little bit of the green. He's got to come off the bottom cushion. He's trying to clip, and he plays it slow. I mean, I don't know why he's played this like this. He hasn't hit it right. He's left him in. He's left the green on. And because now he's knocked the brown on play, he needs green, brown, blue, and pink to win the frame. Very clever play from Elliot Slesser. And he makes a nice clearance here. He's a little bit straight on the green, but screws it back for the brown nicely. And as we see, if it's rolled on, and this is a really good, very important frame, very first frame, but very important frame to win as well.
And we were talking about his chances before the match began.
Yeah.
Of course, he's second favourite in terms of the CVs of what the two players have done this season. But he is, as he proved there, he's a clever player, and he is absolutely determined to have a proper Crucible experience, because he wants to be there with a crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that wouldn't have been nice, going to the Crucible for your first time and nobody there. But yeah, it's such a big thing for these players, to play in the Crucible, packed arena, and there's so much importance on it. I mean, this Xu Yulong, he's a class player, and it's still going to be a battle for Elliot Slesser, but he's got off to a good start. And there's going to be a lot of interesting frames. Have a look at this. He's missed the yellow. Now he might need another free ball here. Now this is what you can't do. So when you're in snookers like this is a little bit of inexperience, right? I'm sort of digging him out a little bit because it's very, very fine margin. So when you're in a snooker like that, you don't hit the ball so hard, because if it goes up the table, there's a possibility that you're going to leave a free ball. So he should be hitting at medium pace. If he misses the yellow, leave the cue ball somewhere here. It's still the yellow safe. The cue ball will go back, but he's not leaving a free ball. He cannot lose the frame from that position. So why hit it so hard and knock the cue ball back around the table? Now he's left a free ball. He could possibly take the green on, get the yellow, and possibly win the frame from this position.
This is a good platform here for him, isn't it? A really good platform against an opponent who would be expecting to beat him. But Elliot Slesser giving a good account of himself here. And as far as some of the other matches are concerned, I know you were talking about how tall David Grace is. Yeah. I think David Grace might be about 6'5", 6'6". He's an absolute beast. Lost loads of weight. Great start by him, and really high-quality scoring from Dave Gilbert and Matthew Stevens in that match. And what about Hussein and Jackson Page are rattling through their frames? We got some great matches unfolding, haven't we?
Yeah, we have some great matches. And there's going to be, I think a lot of these matches are going to go really close. I mean, he's played the same shot here again, Xu Yulong. He hasn't learned from the first part, and he may have left the free ball once again. It'd be quite interesting. Now, if this green is on, I mean, for me, it's worth taking the green on here. I'm not quite sure. We can't actually see the scores here, or maybe we can see them down here. Let me see. So there's 55. There's 13 points, which makes a difference. But if he had that green on into this corner pocket, he could have taken it on. And if he missed it, tried to leave it in the corner pocket. Oh, he could get away with this if it goes in. No. So, okay, he might have left this yellow on. I think it is on. And it's a good chance for Elliot Slessor to try and win this frame and go into a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, let's just stay with this and see if Elliot pots this, and then we're very quickly going to join the match between Mark Davis and Joe Perry, because I understand Joe Perry is at the table. Remember the subplot to this one. We're watching Elliot Slessor. Well, let's see if he does pot this yellow into the green bag. Slessor against Zhou Yulong. Great start here by the man from the northeast, hoping to make it back to the Crucible for a second time. But Perry and Davis, Joe Perry to win. If he does, he knocks Mark Davis off the tour. So Elliot Slessor looks like he has got this frame wrapped up.
Well,
he's okay. Right, let's get over to table 5. Joe Perry, the gentleman, up against Mark Davis. And remember, he is desperate to get back to the Crucible. Hasn't been there for a few years, Joe. Doesn't want to knock his mate off the tour. But, Dave, he's got to put those emotions to one side, and it looks like he's doing a good job at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm sure he will do that. He's been around long enough. And of course, he wants to get back there himself. So Joe Perry looking good here. Needs this black, in fact. He's 23 in front. The black have put him 30 in front. With 27 on to lead 3-1 at the interval. He's been sort of on the other side of this. He played Neil Robertson in the 2014 Wuxi Classic final. Now, at that point, Joe had not won a ranking event. Neil, of course, his great friend, practice partners in Cambridge. Joe had done so much for him. And Robertson beat him 10-9, and Robertson was in floods of tears at the end. Not Joe. Joe had lost. But Neil Robertson, having suppressed his emotions all day, just found it very difficult to process. Thankfully, since then, Joe Perry's won a couple of ranking tournaments. And he's won this frame, so Mark Davis trying to keep his tour card. He's going to be 3-1 down at the interval. Elliot Slessor did win that third frame that we were just watching with the guys in the studio, so 3-0 to him. Yeah, Mark Davis concedes, so it is 3-1 to Joe Perry. Now then, the all-Chinese affair between Xu Se and Pang Junju is 2-1 to Xu Se. As we pick it up, Pang 59-0 up in the next. There's still enough on here. We saw at the halfway stage yesterday, almost all the matches were really close. We had 1 6-3, I think. Well, maybe 2, but anyway, the rest of them were really tight. A couple of one-sided matches so far, but remember, Maguire was 4-0 up yesterday to Fang Zhengyi. That's the position Ryan Day's in. These matches, there's enough time for them to turn round, and as Ken turns into Rob, we know that can happen, Rob.
We certainly do, Dave. It's been a lightning quick start, but yeah, I mean, Fang Zhengyi was brilliant coming back from 4-0 down, and what a recovery by Wu Yize. 7-4, 6-3, 5-1 down against Chris Wakelin, and he came back to win that match. This is proper gravy, Dave. Best of 19, 2 sessions, done and dusted in a single day. This is how snooker should be played, isn't it?
Well, certainly in the World Championship, you couldn't have every tournament like this because you wouldn't be able to fit it all in. But you need variety, and we've got that. But for the World Championship, best of 19s is absolutely the ticket. Now, Pang 59 in front. This is a big shot. Oh, no, just caught the cushion. OK, he's covered it, but it was never going to drop that. So Pang, well, what's he going to do here? Because he can't leave the red over the pocket. Would he come off the right-hand side cushion, maybe try and pot it? Either that or try and cover it.
Matt Selt potted a similar red yesterday en route to his victory over Graham Dott, securing his name in tomorrow's draw. 25-9. Matt Selt will be appearing at the Crucible for the 4th time. 2 players, he said yesterday, that he wants to avoid, but he wouldn't clarify who they were. And what a start as we watch him contemplate his move here. What a start by Ryan Day after being so downbeat following his 10-8 victory over Ash. Incredible turnaround.
Yeah, great stuff. I think he maybe just got all that out of his system. I mean, he was speaking after a long day where he hadn't played well. But a new day has dawned, quite literally.
And because 146 is such an unusual break, unless we get a max, it's unlikely that he'll share that 146 as a highest break prize. So unless we get a maximum, he could be getting his hands on 15 big ones.
Yeah, here we go. He's played the shot I suggested, and he's got it. Played it very well, actually. So he took a long time to sort of work himself up to playing that, but he's potted it. He's removed the danger of the red, and he's on the black. Now then, I'm just going to show you what happened, because we left this with the guys in the studio. This was the green that Elliot Slesser was left with. And he did pot it, and he's got a bit of a spring in his step, hasn't he? Just the way he walked around the table after knocking that green in. 3-0 to Elliot Slesser. From a very strong area, actually, for snooker on Tyneside. Of course, we've seen Gary Wilson win the tournament this season. He's seeded at the Crucible. People like Sam Craigie, David Lilly, we've seen. John Astley.
And John Astley very nearly pulled off a great win against Anthony McGill, didn't he? McGill came back from 9-7 down in that one. I just wonder with Elliot how much benefit, and we get to ask him if he wins this match, long way to go, of course. I wonder just how big the Ebden factor is proving to be for him. Just reiterating the quality that he's got and just helping him to cast out those demons and believe in himself again.
Well, Peter Ebden's won the World Championship, so he has an insight that not many people have. And he seems keen to be working with players. Of course, Lazowski's another one, McGill, so I can't see it as a negative, personally. It's got to be a positive. We're back with table 7. She's 50 behind here. We've got 4 matches at the intervals, actually. Dave Gilbert 3-1 up on Stevens. Day 4-0 up on Donaldson. Joe Perry 3-1 up on Mark Davis. And 3-1 David Grace over Andrew Higginson. Well, it's not quite come off the cannon to the Reds. He's opened them all up, which is in his favour, but he's not on one.
40.
These early frames, you know, I mean, they all count the same, but they can be significant, just the sort of psychology of it. We saw yesterday Barry Hawkins got quite down early on and never really recovered his composure, which is unusual for him. And even Maguire, at 3-0 up, was banging the table.
Yes, even those who've been there 17 times or 19 times, in the case of Barry and Stephen Maguire, finding the heat of Judgment Day, making their tempers boil over. Just such a huge amount at stake. Everybody, no matter how many times they've been to the Crucible, that's where they want to finish their season, not here at the English Institute.
Thanks to Dan Foster, who's sent us a picture here. He says, try to watch the qualifiers from Newcastle, but the cat keeps getting in the way. And sure enough, the cat is clawing away at the screen. Ryan Day on the table, but the cat maybe attracted by the colours.
Aaron Graham's asking us, is the draw tomorrow morning being streamed or is it only on the radio? Well, Aaron, good question. Initially, yes, it is only on the radio, 25 to 9, 5 live. I think Sean Murphy is going to be there with us. So you'll get his insight and thoughts at about 10 to 8. I'm going in, I've got the graveyard shift. I'm going on at 10 to 7. And I think the intention from World Snooker Tour is that they're going to film the draw and put it out so that if you so choose, you can watch it retrospectively. But if you want to hear it live at the very moment it happens, you'll have to listen to it on 5 Live Breakfast tomorrow at 25 to 9. In fact, I've got my 3-piece suit on already because Ivan Hershevitz, who is the chief dog in the press room, he and I are driving over tonight at around about 10 or 11 p.m. to make sure we're there bright and breezy to get on and do our previews on the radio and then do the draw itself. So huge sense of anticipation and expectation. So no matter where you are, if you're in the car on your way to work or you're working from home, stick the radio on and you'll be able to hear it as it happens at 25 to 9.
Meanwhile, we had that tweet from Trinidad and Tobago earlier, but John says, I'm loving the coverage, not from Trinidad with a rum punch, but from Swansea with a T. He says, I've got 2 questions. Number 1, the player with the longest gap between Crucible appearances. Well, at the moment, there's 2 players, actually, Jamie Burnett and Barry Pinch, is 13 years between their first and second appearances. Of course, if Hamilton wins today, that'll be 15 years since he last played there. And the second question, the referee with the longest gap between officiating a final. I had a quick look at that. It might actually be last year's referee, Olivia Martil, 7 years between finals. Because in the 80s, as you'll know, John, it was the Holy Trinity. Len Ganley, John Street, John Williams sort of rotated it, and then more sort of names came through in the 90s and so on. But maybe Olivier.
Okay, like putting the anorak on in terms of stats, would Hamilton's count? Because, of course, he qualified in 20, but on health grounds, he decided not to take up his place. So he's bidding for a 14th appearance at the Crucible. He's actually played there 13 times.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that it would be 15 years since he played there. He might have qualified, but he didn't actually play there. So on that basis, I think you have to say that, you know, that's a record. I mean, you know, there's no hard and fast rule here, but he didn't actually play in 2020. He didn't show up.
Yeah, in which case it counts.
Anyway, this frame has gone to Pang, so Jus did have that chance when he potted the red off the side, coming off the side cushion, but it's going to be 2-2. Nicely set up. Remember, whoever wins is heading to the Crucible to make their debut. This will be, I think, the 5th match to, well, actually the 6th match to head to the interval. Hussein Vafai and Jackson Page are already back, and it's 3-2 there to Vafai, and this is frame 6, so they're rattling through these frames.
Now, just a quick one here, Dave. I'm assuming that this is a graphic error. Whilst we're watching Hussein, it does say Ryan Day 10, Scott Donaldson 0, with match ended. Now, I'm just double-checking that that is a mistake and that there wasn't a problem with Scott and that he would have conceded the match on grounds of feeling unwell. I'm going to go and check that.
Well, it'd be nice if someone could tell us. I hope not. I hope Scott is OK and hasn't conceded. That would be awful for him. Rob's going to go and find out. But it does, you're quite right. It says 10-0 on the scoreboard. So that's going to be a very early finish if Scott's not well and has conceded. That would be a great shame, obviously. Well, I'm being told that Scott Donaldson has indeed withdrawn on health grounds, so that match has come to a very abrupt end. Sad to learn of that, so we will shortly have Ryan Day for you, I think. Well, we'll have Ryan Day for you in due course, but Hussein Vafai is going to be 4-2 up here. He's playing well. As I say, this reminds me of yesterday's match with Ricky Walden and Tep Charanu. A quick match, open attacking, 2 very attractive players to watch. That one went the distance. Of course, Ricky Walden won 10-9.
45.
Great shame for Scott. I mean, obviously, it's the World Championship. He wouldn't concede unless there was a problem. So this is good stuff from Vafai. It always looked a good match, this, and it's already shaping up to be. And having made his debut last year, of course, you know, he's got used to the Crucible now. We see so many debutants sort of freeze their first year, but then once they've got a bit of experience, come good. He would be dangerous if he qualified, for sure. And, well, he's 6 frames away from doing that. 4-2 it is to Zane Verfaye against Jackson Page. We were talking about Anthony Hamilton earlier. Here he is on table 6 up against Jimmy Robertson. 2-1 it is to Robertson. And we're in frame 4. I think this could be a candidate for the last match off maybe tonight. We'll find out in due course. But Hamilton's had a few lengthy matches down the years in this World Championship, not least in the last round. He beat Oliver Lyons, won the last 2 frames, 10-9. Oh, he's missed that one though. Suggestion, a couple of people just tweeting to say Scott Donaldson didn't seem to be walking too cleverly, so maybe it's some sort of injury that has forced him out of the final round of qualifying. Jimmy Robertson looking for his 5th appearance at the Crucible, yet to win a match there. But of course he is a ranking event winner, won the 2018 European Masters. Well, I'm getting some more information on Scott Donaldson. It's related to the tremors that he's suffered from in the last couple of years. He had the COVID vaccine and had a reaction to it. And yeah, he was unwell for a while, actually. So it's a great shame. You know, there's only one World Championship a year. He's excited, I'm sure, to be playing today. But has decided he can't carry on. So in due course we will hear from Ryan Day. Obviously a much earlier finish than he was expecting, but he was playing good stuff. Jimmy Robertson beat the young Belgian Ben Mertens 10-6 in the last round. He'll be expecting a hard match with Hamilton for sure. They've played 4 times before, 2-2. But you expect a hard match in this round anyway, whoever you're playing. Obviously Hamilton has got all the experience in the world. Oh, and Jimmy Robertson has missed that black out of nowhere. He's going along nicely there. Hamilton, of course, has had his health problems, and as a result, he has slowed down. He used to be a very fluent player, but he's had to adapt his game because of the issues he's had. And in fact, at the moment in this match, he's going along at 40 seconds a shot, which is slow. There's no two ways about it. But if he starts scoring, he'll speed up. So this frame with the black over the pocket might be a long one now. We'll let you know how it resolves itself. But we're going to go to table 8. David Grace, good start for him. 3-1 in front already against Andrew Higginson, and ahead in this frame, as you can see. And as we join it, in fact, he's just a red away here. This red should make it 4-1. So, very confident, positive start from David Grace, just looking to establish a good lead. He'll be aware of Higginson's issue, of course, with the tour card. If he wins, he not only gets to the Crucible, he gets a 2-year tour card. So it's a big match for Higginson. It's kind of double almost for him, not just qualifying, but regaining his professional status.
14.
As I said earlier, 2 10-8 wins for Grace over Sean O'Sullivan, Sam Craigie. The Sam Craigie result was a terrific one, actually. Well, 64 in front with 43 on. It's going to be his frame. Playing on for snookers, but it's a long way back. Ken was sort of making the point it can be too long, really, too tall an order. So we're going to go to table 1 because that frame between Matthew Stevens and Dave Gilbert is nicely set up as we pick it up. As you can see, Gilbert is in front here, 3-1 and in front in this frame, but a chance for Stevens to clear. And this is the big shot coming up to get on the last red. Well, he's given himself every chance. Looking at playing it left-handed at first, and now he's getting the rest out. He's not a great fan of the rest, but he's actually pretty good with it, really. He just likes to avoid using it. Big shot, this. In it goes. So Matthew Stevens with every chance to pull back to 3-2. Nice pot on the red. Gilbert was in charge of this frame. Lee Seymour asking if the 1-4-6 will still count, even though the match has been abandoned after 4 frames. It certainly does. He made it, and it's gone down as 10-0. It's actually 4-0 retired in sort of, if you want to be absolutely accurate. Meanwhile, Matthew Stevens misses the yellow. Wow, he done seemingly the hard work with the red, and then misses a much easier yellow. That could be a very significant miss, because if he loses the frame now, he's got to get over that for the rest of the session, otherwise he could be a long way behind. That miss just came out of the blue. Can Gilbert knock this in and just pull back for the green? An unexpected chance for him. Well, he's caught the brown. Well, he's landed on the green, but he's pushed the brown safe. So it's not ideal at all. He still needs the brown, of course. Dramatic 5th frame, and it's a big swing, 4-1 or 3-2 in terms of the scoreline. Can he bring the brown out in potting the green? He can. Nicely done. Still needs to pot this, though, of course. It will put him 18 in front with 18 on, so he would need the blue as well. Should have been Matthew Stevens' frame. He potted good last red, but then missed that much easier yellow. Dave Gilbert needs the blue to lead 4-1 and land a big early blow in this match. And of course, as I say, then Stevens has to try and recover if he can, because there's still another 4 frames to play in the session. So in goes the blue. It's going to be 4-1 to Dave Gilbert. Well, of course, Ryan Day is already through because of Scott Donaldson's retirement, and we can go now to hear from Ryan. He's speaking to Rob Walker.
Well, thanks very much, Dave. And normally I'm shaking hands and it all feels upbeat and really exciting. And we should say congratulations, Ryan. The manner in which you started the match was phenomenal with a 1-4-6 that's going to take some stopping. You're in prime position for the tournament high break before we've even started at the Crucible. But what went on with Scott? Did he talk to you? Was he in pain? What did he say to you at the end?
Yeah, Scott pulled me to one side after the fourth frame finished, as we kind of walked backstage. Yeah, I feel really sorry for what's happened. I think he's mentioned a tremor in his leg. He thinks it's coincided with the vaccine. But yeah, I kind of started really well. Obviously made 1-4-6 and won the second frame, a couple of visits, and the third frame I noticed Scott get back up off the shot a couple of times. Thought he maybe had an injury on his left knee or his left ankle, the kind of way he was looking down. But then he explained at the interval that it was this tremor that had disappeared for 5 months. But I think the pressure of his last match on Monday kind of brought it back on. And today he said that it was there pretty much for the entirety of the time we were playing. So yeah, it's just super unfortunate that he's had to withdraw.
And it's it must be such an odd context in which to win such an important match.
Yeah, it's the second time it's actually happened in the qualifying for the World Championship. I played Mitchell Mann a few years back, and I think the score was 6-1 at the time, and he disappeared. And the next person to come into the arena, the match table, was Paul Collier, to say that Mitchell wasn't well and had to withdraw again. So something that I've faced in the past. It's just super unfortunate. But yeah, look, I started the game a hell of a lot better than I played the other night, and delighted to be back at the Crucible.
Well, we were talking before play began today on Judgment Day Part 2. We were talking about the fact that you were very frank in your interview after you'd beaten Ash, and you'd hinted perhaps at a possible retirement next season. But the manner in which you started the match perhaps led Ken and Dave and I to think that, you vented your frustrations, got it out your system, and you started this match good to go, like the dynamite break builder we know you are.
Yeah, nothing's really changed with the way I'm feeling, but yeah, look, I don't know how long I've got left. I'm just going to try my best every game. Sometimes I've got good form, sometimes I've got bad, and just in it to maybe get as much prize money out of it that I can whilst I'm still got a cue in my hand and I'm still fighting.
Well, before we go back to Dave, let's take you through some of that 1-4-6. It is such an unusual break to develop, but it was magnificent to watch.
Yeah, this was a lovely first red. It was a kind of red that I'd normally play, and certainly in practice I'd be playing that all day long. But the other night when I played Ash and I was struggling a bit, it was the kind of thing I was looking to turn down. But I try to come in with a mindset of just playing it as a practice match, and yeah, 1-4-6, a very rare break. I have been in line for the high break at the World Championship before, made 1-4-5, and John Higgins beat it with a 1-4-6, so hopefully this time 1-4-6 doesn't get beat by 1-4-7.
Well, and it's such an unusual break to make. You've got a great chance. And listen, I know it was unusual, the manner in which you have qualified for the Crucible again. Your first time back for 5 years. This is the end of a season in which you became the British Open champion. You took your ranking title tally to 4. It's going to be a great platform for you. There'll be loads of Welsh there in the crowd. There always are, such a passionate, knowledgeable crowd, the Welsh snooker fans. It's going to be great to be back.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm looking forward to getting back to the Crucible. It's such an iconic venue for any snooker player and fan, really. So yeah, I was going to probably, if I'd won later on this evening, I was going to stay and wait for the draw. But now we finished so early, I'm going to get back in the car and get back home. And yeah, keep an eye on the draw in the morning, and then we go from there.
Well, Ryan, an odd manner in which to qualify, but a wonderful break. You made a great start to the match. However, it's happened, and sport is unpredictable. These things happen from time to time. We wish Scott Donaldson the very, very best. We hope the tremor subsides and he does continue to make a full recovery from his problems connected to the vaccine. We'll see him next season, and we will see you in a few days' time at the Crucible. Congratulations, you're back on the big stage.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rob.
Yes, congratulations to Ryan Day. Strange way to win, but he will be in the hat for the draw tomorrow. We're back with table 4 now. Joe Perry and Mark Davis. 3-1 it is to Perry. Two good friends, veterans. Joe Perry last played at the Crucible 4 years ago. Had a tough workout actually in the last round. 10-8 over Sanderson Lamb, who started to come back at him actually. Perry was nicely in front and then got a bit sticky, a bit edgy, but he got over the line. Ooh, well, there's a good chance that he would have been nicely on the black, but this is the red, so 33 the difference as Mark Davis comes to the table, needing really to get stuck into this session now. It's a good chance actually where the reds are. Everything's in open play. Just as we watch this, we've had some more messages coming. Thank you for them. Dan Foster saying, I reckon out of all the people that haven't won it, Jack Lazowski's the most likely to. I'd really love him to win. It's very surprising how he hasn't won anything yet. It'd be great if the World Championship was his first tournament. Well, it would obviously be quite a breakthrough. I mean, I mentioned yesterday Joe Johnson. Similar sort of player in some ways. Very natural player, great talent. 1986. He'd never won a match actually, even at the Crucible before, but came through as the 16th seed, beat Steve Davis in the final, just playing wonderful snooker. So these things can happen. Benjamin on Instagram says, who is the biggest underdog coming through qualifying? Well, of course, we've only got 8 players qualified so far, but there's some interesting names. The newcomers have to be the underdogs, don't they? Wu Yize, not much really is known about him, I guess, outside the snooker hardcore fans. Si Jiawei similarly. So those two at the moment, the two big underdogs. Jack Jones, of course, another debutant. And Fang Zhengyi as well, although, of course, he's a ranking tournament winner. At Dave Hendon is my Twitter, at Ken Doherty 1997 for Ken, and Rob is at Rob Walker TV. You can also send them to World Snooker Tour at WeAreWST. Well, it's a chance. Sat in his seat. He probably didn't think he was going to get. Joe Perry was looking good, already 3-1 up, and just missed a red out of nowhere. Mark Davis, he got out of his chair very quickly, which is always a sign, of course, of great determination when you sense an opportunity. Just to remind you, he holds the record for most times winning in the final qualifying round, 11. So that is in his favour here. 29 years since his debut. So he's got good memories and bad memories of the Crucible, like most players, but he's won matches there and would love to celebrate staying on tour by playing at the Crucible again. Rob's joined me again. I thought Ryan looked a bit sort of shell-shocked there, Rob. Obviously, you prepare yourself for 2 sessions and suddenly, you know, it's all over after about an hour and a half.
It was a most peculiar context in which to be doing an interview with someone. I actually thought at one stage he was getting a little bit emotional. Just such an odd way to make it back to the Crucible for the first time in 5 years. And of course, your primary concern is that Scott gets better, because, you know, to walk out or to have to retire from an opportunity to get to the Crucible. Of course, the match is far from over. We saw 4-0 scorelines being turned around yesterday from Fan Zhengyi coming back to Stephen Maguire. So it must have been an awful decision for Scott to have to make, and a very odd one, and a very odd context in which Ryan has secured passage through to the Crucible, but he's done so, and armed with that 146 that, as he said, has got a good chance of staying as the tournament high break, barring a moment of perfection with a 147.
Yeah, that's what I was pleased about from his perspective, because people will say, oh, well, you know, you didn't have a match. The fact is he made a 146 in frame 1, so actually he's playing well. Unfortunately, you know, he can't affect how his opponent's feeling, but he was playing well either way. So, you know, Donaldson would have, even at full fitness, would have obviously found it tough today. Meanwhile, Mark Davies still going here, 21 in front. This seems like the sort of the key shot now, really, this red with the rest. He's not quite comfortable on it. But if he pots it, then, well, the pink would be enough to leave Perry needing a snooker. Black, obviously, the same. So he sees the chance, and it's always interesting how players get the openings and the opportunities. It's come from a Joe Perry miss, which makes it more significant, I think, because Mark Davies has shown that he will punish those sort of mistakes.
They don't call him the battler from Hastings for nothing.
No, I mean, it's a great achievement, and Anthony Hamilton's the same, to be on tour, you know, for 32 years, unbroken. That's, you know, with all the players who've come and gone in that time, that's impressive. Just to say Hussein Vafai now 5-2 over Jackson Page, so guaranteed to be in front at the halfway stage. Snooker needed here. So we'll let you know if Joe Perry gets it, but we want to keep across as much action as we can. And this is table 6, a tight frame here between Anthony Hamilton and Jimmy Robertson. It's 2-1 in the match to Robertson. Hamilton 15 in front, they're on the brown, so a big pre-interval frame here.
A lot of interest in the two players from Sussex, Mark Davies from Hastings and Jimmy Robertson. I know a couple of people have travelled up from the Sussex area, decent amateur players. Come up to see whether Jimmy can make it back to the Crucible. But key moments here, as you said, Dave, ahead of the interval.
Yeah, it's already turning into, you know, quite a struggle, this match. You know, I think when we looked at the matches at the start of the day, a lot of people felt this one will be the last off. We'll see. It might not be, but it's very evenly poised right now. Good pot, that. Oh, no, it's not in. I thought it was in. Wow, he got close. So, the Sheriff. That's what they call him, the Sheriff of Pottingham. He just needs the brown for 2-2, barring snookers. Yeah, he's hard as nails, Anthony Hamilton.
Oh, you're going to have to scrape him off the table to stop him making it back. As you say, it would be the first time he would have played at the Crucible since 2008, despite qualifying in 2020 and opting not to take up his place. That gave Kyron Wilson a bye into the last 16, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, the first ever time that someone's withdrawn before a match. We've had a player have to give up during a match, but to not turn up. It was a very specific time. Where's this cue ball, meanwhile? Oh, Anthony, what have you done? Oh, just stays out. I think he thought that was in the way he was walking. And, of course, that would have meant Robertson could win the frame. Good grief. How is that white hung on?
Nobody breathe.
And also, he's been a bit lucky. He's not the black safe. You know, so that's in his favour with the lead he's got. Robertson has in fact brought it out. Where's this white again? He's okay. Good shot. Yeah, he brought the black out. So this frame, you just get the sense it might not be done yet.
Pang Jung-Soo was on a break of 32, 2 apiece in the all-Chinese clash of the would-be debutantes up against Zhu Se. That break has come to an end, but it's an early advantage for him. David Grace on a break of 24, already leading 4-1 against the amateur Andrew Higginson, desperate to win the match and therefore reclaim his place on tour. But David Grace, the Yorkshireman, playing really well at the moment in that one.
Well, this is a classic battle for a snooker. Successful snooker, of course. Could lay 3 or 4 before actually getting the points that he needs. Well, very close. Not quite a snooker. Table 1 is Matthew Stevens and Dave Gilbert. And it's 4-1 to Gilbert. Stevens had a really good chance to win the last frame. Missed the yellow off its spot. So he's fighting back well here. 61 in front in frame 6. First sessions, to a degree, are about jostling for position, but of course you don't want to leave yourself with too much to do in the evening. This blue will put him 72 in front, with 75 on, so this red for 4-2. And as I say, he's picked himself up well here because he should have won the last frame, really, but he's got all the experience in the world, of course. He's seen all this before. Matthew Stevens, he knows you've got to sort of absorb the blows and just get on with things, and that's what he's doing. I'm going to make way for Ken. It's set up very, very nicely, I think, for the rest of the session, and it'll be fascinating to see exactly how these matches pan out when they come back. But just to reiterate, we've already had a winner, Ryan Day, 10-0. It's gone down as because Scott Dawson unfortunately had to retire. Over to you, Rob.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. Go and enjoy your well-earned panini. Supplies need to be regularly taken on board because judging by the epic that's unfolding between Anthony Hamilton and Jimmy Robertson, it could be a very late finish this evening. So Hendo's going off for a Coke and a panini, lunch of a champion. And Ken will step in shortly as we continue to guide you through the action. This is Judgment Day Part 2. Very, very good response this by Matthew Stevens, twice a World Championship finalist, multiple semi-finalists as well. Break of 83, a quality one, and that helps him bounce back from the disappointment of missing that yellow in the previous frame and allowing Dave Gilbert to take a 4-1 lead. So 4-2 now. And still we go on this battle on table 6 between Jimmy Robertson and Anthony Hamilton. So Jimmy Robertson needed a snooker and he got one.
Yeah, well, it's not often you see players get a snooker, particularly with just blue, pink and black left, and it was a good one. Now what does he do? He's sort of caught between two stools here. Does he play a safety shot or does he take the blue on? He's got his chance. He likes to go for his shots, Jimmy, so I'm just wondering, will he take it on or will he
Try and get that cue ball back down behind the black and put the blue maybe towards the right side cushion. Very hard to refuse. It's not easy because he's bridging off the ball cushion here, Rob, but sometimes when you get the chance after you get the snooker, you sort of almost feel compelled to have a go.
Well, he's worked hard for a long time to try and engineer a scenario that foxed Anthony Hamilton, and he's done it. Now he needs to try and capitalise.
Yeah, he's playing the safety, putting the ball on the right hand side, cue ball on the left, and he's got a very good snooker, tapping the table for Anthony Hamilton. I don't know whether that was in disgust or in appreciation.
It was almost a slap, wasn't it?
Yeah,
a slap of the table from the sheriff, the 51-year-old veteran, showing his appreciation at Jimmy Robertson's ring craft. Or appreciation or frustration, or both, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I mean, when he had the blue on the spot, when he went 19 ahead, could have rolled the blue towards the corner pocket.
And by the way, whilst Hamilton contemplates this shot, Hossein Vafai, already leading 5-2, is on a useful looking break in the 8th frame. He's really beginning to turn the screw towards the end of this opening session against Jackson Page.
Yeah, I think this is quite interesting because, I mean, he's only got one shot here. He's got to just roll it dead weight to the blue. There's not much in this shot. He can't play it hard because he could leave the blue on. Does want to go by the blue though, and he could leave the blue on as well. Oh, that is a mistake. But what does Jimmy Robertson do here? Does he take the blue on? He's going to take it on, I think. He's getting the cue ball clean. That's an indication of the... But I tell you what, this is a very, very difficult shot. 9 points behind. He knows that if he misses it and leaves it over the pocket, well, it's frame over. But he's going to take it on, and he might sort of indicating where he wants the cue ball. So leave the pink for the left centre pocket. But this is not easy. He's got to play this very slowly. Good shot. Very, very good. He sort of looked away. He wanted a straighter sort of shot on the pink into the left centre. But at least he's got a chance here, Rob, and it's been a, you know, one of these frames. I know we keep talking about the best of 19s, but even as early as this, these frames are so important. If you could steal a frame like this.
Well, it's such a huge investment of energy in this frame from Jimmy Robertson to try and mount this comeback.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot. What a shot he's played. That is fantastic. Okay, could have done with the cue ball just another maybe inch, but I tell you what, he's given himself a shot on the black.
Well, how significant could that shot prove to be if he manages to nick this frame and go into the early interval 3-1 up instead of peg back to 2 apiece? This for a hammer blow to Hamilton.
No, he's missed it. Oh, no, he's got it. What a shot.
Fantastic stuff there from Jimmy Robertson, who does go into the mid-session break. 3-1 ahead. Needed a snooker and got it. Robertson has the advantage, and so too, on table 2, does Hossein Vafai. Safely over the line here, and 5-2 is going to become 6-2. This has been seriously impressive by the Iranian.
Yeah, he's starting to get on a roll now, isn't he? He's starting to find his feet, find his range, and he's starting to score. Good break this.
17.
Big frame coming up for Jackson Page. Needs to win this last frame of the session just to give himself a bit of hope. 6-3. Many a match is being turned around from that. 7-2. Not very many at all. So he needs this last frame, Jackson Page.
Pang Jiangxiu, by the way, is now 3-2 up, courtesy of an excellent break. Real nip and tuck between the two Chinese youngsters vying for their Crucible debut.
David Grace gone 5-1 up against Andrew Higginson. Thought that would be a bit closer.
91.
Break goes to 91. Can he make a century here? Dave Gilbert on a break of 28 in frame 7. Ball's nicely spread. That's a shame. He's missed the red. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, thought that was going to drop there and keep him going. Not to be a century, but 6-2. What a handsome lead. Huge, huge frame, as you indicated, Ken, for Jackson Page to close out their session. So this is Dave Gilbert leading 4-2. Matthew Stevens bounced back from the disappointment of watching Gilbert clean up from his mistake on the yellow for 4-1 and bounced back with an excellent break of 83 for 4-2. But this is Gilbert now trying to guarantee himself an early afternoon lead before they come back this evening. Good match, this.
Yeah, very good. We always thought it was going to be a good one. Hard to pick a winner. And Dave was going to have an early advantage.
42.
Those two reds looked like a plant into the right corner pocket. He's just coming around to have a look.
Whilst we're looking at this one, I'm just keeping half an eye on an intriguing scenario unfolding on table 4. Might be about to be put to bed. Mark Davis trying to reduce the arrears. Enough on with brown, blue, pink and black for Joe Perry to force a respot, but Davis, if he pots the brown, should ensure we move 3-2. No, and he's missed it. So we'll just see whether Dave Gilbert gets across the line, barring snookers in this one, and then we might dip over and have a look at the two veterans, if it's still going. Drama happening all over the place here on Judgment Day Part 2, Ken.
Yeah. Excellent. Balls are nice here for Dave Gilbert as well. Yeah, no attempt to go into the two reds below the pink. Doesn't need to bring those into play. You've got plenty of spare reds here. In fact, that red is, as you can see, it's available into this bottom right corner pocket. Been good quality match, this. Highly entertaining. I think if we go to table 4, there's a great chance for Joe Perry. A mistake from Mark Davis, and he could snatch this frame, and it could be a big frame, important frame in this match. So well, he needs them all actually for a respot.
Yes,
as you said, Rob. Yeah, so still a bit of hope for Mark Davis, but he's nicely on the blue. Mark Davis had the brown over the corner pocket, and he should have put the frame to bed a few shots ago, but now a chance for Joe Perry to force a respot. Do love a respot at black frame, Rob. What do you think?
Oh, they must be agony to play in. Absolute agony.
Well, when you're trying to get to the crucible, it's even more important. So it's going to be a respot. Referee will toss the coin. I'm sure he'll stay for the respot.
Yep. Olivier Martil.
Yeah. Now, the old way of playing this black was up and down the spots. You put the cue ball on the yellow spot or the green spot, and you'd play the black up and down the spots and try and get it into the middle of the ball cushion. But the new way has come into the snooker world over the last, well, probably about 10 years, I suppose now, is where the guy who's breaking will put the black to one side cushion down here and the cue ball on the other cushion.
Gilbert closing in on a century, guaranteed for 5-2, and there is the century. That's why we've got the applause.
Oh, he's played this well. That's perfect. And I say it's perfect because it's not easy to knock this around the angles. There's a possibility if he does. No. I thought if he tried to knock it around the angles, the angle wasn't great. He couldn't get enough sort of separation from cue ball and black. So he just played a containing safety shot, but he could be in trouble here, or Mark Davis may attempt a double into the middle pocket. What's he going to play? Is he going to go for the double? He's going for the double. Is it there? It's close. He's got it. What a shot. What a shot. It was always a dangerous shot from Joe Perry to play that containing safety shot. He left the double, and Mark Davis, the wily old Mark Davis, knocks the double in. What a shot.
Wow, 3-2 then. Jackson Page, by the way, on a must-win frame, surely, trailing 6-2, but he's at the table on 2. We'll keep an eye on that one, but let's just see whether Andrew Higginson, the amateur, trying to win the match and regain his place on tour. Let's see how he goes here on his visit to the table. It's been tough going so far this afternoon for the former Welsh Open finalist, just losing out to Neil Robertson in a decider at the Welsh back in 2007. How he would love to get back on tour. I think that was a good addition to the rules a couple of years ago, wasn't it, Ken? That regardless, oh dear, yeah, huge disappointment. But a really big carrot to dangle for amateurs. Make it to the Crucible. Yeah. You're on the tour, and if you make it to the Crucible and your 20,000 isn't enough to get you on tour, the fact that you've come through possibly 3 or 4 matches, yeah, you're guaranteed another 2 years. I like that addition.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's a wonderful bonus, and it's been very welcome, I'm sure, by all the players on the tour, and even, of course, well, even for the amateurs, of course, they're going to really enjoy that. This is a long way away, but yeah, and it's sort of, but it's a nice bonus to have, isn't it? And it's just deserved as well. Anybody who gets to the Crucible who's not on a tour card or is not guaranteed a tour card, well, it's a lovely bonus and richly deserved, I'd say. So it adds a bit of pressure to Andrew Higginson. He certainly doesn't want to go back to Q School. He'd rather not go back to Q School. It's very, very tough there. So if you could manage to win this match, you'd be guaranteed a 2-year card, as you said, but difficult for him at the moment, 5-1 down.
Well, why don't we pop over to table 2, because Jackson Page is on a break of 47. He's closing in on giving himself half a chance here, because he wants to ensure he takes this last frame of the session, having been dominated by Hussein Vafai. 6-3 would feel so much different to 7-2.
I'll tell you what, they've not been messing around, have they? I mean, they're playing at a very brisk pace, 9 frames in 2.5 hours. Yeah, the first 4 frames were less than an hour. They're very quick players to get down to see how quick they play the shot. Referee just going to get the ball marker, Leah Scullion, just to make sure that the pink goes on its spot. If it doesn't, this could be awkward for Jackson Page. But I think it just about fits on the spot. Yeah, but both players playing really well. Really high quality match this, and a must-win frame for Jackson Page. And with this pink, it will be guaranteed. So lots of snooker, good snooker left in this match when they resume back at 5 p.m.
Really important visit this, Ken, for Jackson Page, just to settle himself down and make himself feel a little bit better.
Well, yeah, it gives him a bit of hope, doesn't it, for tonight, for this evening, for 5 o'clock, of course, as I said, when they resume. But I think 7-2, very unlikely that you can come back from that. You've got to beat your opponent 8-2 in 8 of the 10 frames, and the way Hussein's playing. Whereas 6-3, you know, he comes back, he wins 3 of the first 4 on resumption, and he's only 7-6 behind, match on. So that's what he'll be trying to achieve when they resume. But yeah, it's been very free-flowing snooker. Both players playing really well. Some good breaks in there, and another good one here to finish off this session.
And what a contrast in speeds. These two will have finished 9 frames before Hamilton and Robertson have started their 5th. Oh, not to be the century, but a very, very important classy visit by Jackson Page, just to reduce the arrears 6-3 when they resume at 5 o'clock. Now, Elliot Slessor on a useful break of 29, 3-1 up against Zhou Yu Long. He's made an excellent start to this match, the man from the northeast.
Yeah, he went 3-0 up. Zhou got his first frame on the board, so Slessor in with another chance. He's just having a look at the black. Does the black pot? It looks like it pots into the right corner pocket, and if he's got an angle when he pots this red, try and leave the black where he can brush the red away from the black spot and open the black up into 2 corner pockets. That would be ideal. That's what he's having a look at now. Could take the outside red and go up for the blue, but I think on the black here is the right shot. Now, let's try to get the angle. Looks pretty straight, but can he just brush the red just above the black into a potable position? Yeah, he can. He's played it nice. He's played for 2 reds there, but he's only on 1, and that's the one into the right centre. But he backed down for the black now. But the fact that little kiss on the red is just to open up the black into both corner pockets, and that will certainly help him if he's going to try and win the frame from this visit.
And sometimes, Ken, those little subtle shots are every bit as impressive as the eye-catching long pots.
Yeah, well, it's all about the art of break building. I mean, he was looking at going up for the blue, but you've got to take, as we were speaking about yesterday, about the art of break building, that when you see the opportunity where you want to win the frame in one visit, and you can win the frame in one visit, you got to play the positive shot, and he did there. Delicate little shot, this holding the cue ball. Nicely played. Now back in prime position. And just that little previous shot on the black, it's giving him the opportunity to win the frame here. That's okay. A lot of the matches yesterday were played at a very brisk pace, weren't they? But some of these matches today, they're going to be a little bit slower, taking a bit more time.
Yes, inevitably at the moment it looks as though Hamilton against Robertson is on course to be by far the slowest of the matches. They've only just started their interval after 4. Still a fair bit to play between Joe Perry and Mark Davis. 3-2 there. Andrew Higginson, by the way, still isn't over the line. Trails 5-1. Just about coming up to frame ball, but can't quite create the opportunity. David Grace knows he's got a lead. The question is by how much. Higginson desperate to get this 7th frame on the board for 5-2. We'll keep an eye on that one, but this is a lovely break being composed and compiled here by Elliot Slessor.
Is a nice trivia, and I know you know about this, Rob, so I'm going to ask you, and it comes from Larry Harris, who's in the Ohio in the United States, and he says, who does those great animated Crucible Chronicles series? Terrific bits of trivia about players.
He's a fantastic guy called Ben. I can't remember his surname. He's absolutely brilliant. He's a really excellent pool player who's based in Greece. Huge snooker fan. I'm not quite sure how the World Snooker Tour got hold of him all those years ago, but those Crucible Chronicles he does are brilliant. And I'm doing a charity event in June, which I'll put out on Twitter shortly, doing John O'Groats to Land's End, and I contacted him and said, how much to do an animation for my Just Giving page? He said, oh, I'll do it for free. He's a very, very talented guy, Ben, and at some stage we ought to pay him the compliment of getting him over from Greece and giving him some free tickets. So
absolutely,
good guy to look up.
He's done a great job. Edward Dyer says, if anyone's going to win the World Championship as a qualifier, it will be Hossein Vafai. Well, if anyone has a chance as a qualifier, certainly he's up there with the rest of them.
I think another player that they will all be desperate to avoid, Ken, is McGill. McGill loves the Crucible, and he's gone deep. He is a nightmare draw for a top seed, I think.
Yeah. And Ryan Day, he's having a good season. Okay. He's knocking some big breaks in, and although he's not feeling great about his game, but you know, he's still been very impressive in his 2 wins here this week. Nice break this from Elliot Slessor. He's had to work quite hard at it, just nudging reds out and playing nice little cannons, but it is impressive stuff.
Really good break this. Let's stay with this and see whether he can turn it into a century, and then maybe have a little look at Andrew Higginson and David Grace as David Grace tries to claw his way back into a frame in which Higginson's been dominant, but he's been unable to get over the line.
That's quite unusual there. He's knocked a red into the corner and a red flew into the middle pocket. 2 reds at once there.
So after this, this is a fantastic break. We'll head over to see Andrew Higginson and David Grace on table 8, but let's wait and see Elliot Slessor producing a fantastic century here, and he's done this in fine style. Yeah, brilliant. A great break by the man from the northeast, hoping to get back to the Crucible for a second time, but his first with a crowd. Well, somewhere in the English Institute of Sport, Peter Ebdon will be getting his famous notebook out, and he'll be very happy at what he's seen here so far in this match between Elliot and Zhou Yulong.
Oh, I've been thinking about that little notebook. I'm sure it's a shopping list, you know. He's sure the eggs and the milk and the bread comes into mind. He just writes that down. Don't forget the eggs and milk on the way home. Shop closes at 10:30. I think he's done well, Peter Ebdon, and particularly with Elliot Slessor, you know, been very temperamental over the years by his own admission. And I think he's been a good man to have in his corner, Peter Ebdon. Lots of experience, of course. Could be temperamental himself, but I tell you what, one of the hardest players that you could ever wish to play. And of course, champion in 2002. Beating Stephen Hendry 18-70 in that wonderful final. Kill Stephen Hendry, that, you know, talking about.
Should have been Hendry the 8th. Hendry the 8th.
Great break from Elliot Slessor.
Brilliant there from Elliot Slessor. What a way to move 4-1 ahead. Let's head over to table 8 and find out what's going on in this marathon frame between Andrew Higginson back at the table and David Grace. Desperately needs this one to reduce the arrears. Matthew Stevens, by the way, on a break of 31. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that'll certainly help as far as Andrew Higginson is concerned.
Let's go back to table 1, shall we? Matthew Stevens, as you said, desperate to try and close the gap. Well, Pang is nicely in as well. Where are we going? Yeah, let's go back to table 1. Matthew Stevens. It's been another quality match. Dave Gilbert playing some wonderful snooker. Matthew Stevens trying to hold on to his coattails, but when he gets his chance, he's been knocking in a few breaks as well. It's been always going to be a tough one, this one to call, wasn't it?
Huge amount of experience between the two of them. Matthew trying to get back to the Crucible for a 19th occasion. Dave bidding for a 9th. Double World Championship finalist against a former semi-finalist, both men with single table setup experience of the Crucible.
Nicely played that, just left the perfect angle when he pots this pink, just to brush the red and open up the red into the left corner. Could have played that a bit better, could have played it with a bit more pace.
46.
May have had the red into the right centre then as well, so 40 points in the lead, but still we'll need 3 more reds to secure this frame. There you go. It's characteristic of Matthew Stevens, always getting down, crouching down, looking at the angle. Where exactly he wants to hit the... He's missed it. Oh, well, I thought he missed it. Just went in off the jaw.
Do you know when he gets down low and does that very distinctive, you know, chalking of the cue? I always think he looks a little bit like a sculptor creating his masterpiece, moving around it, seeing where he needs to chip away the next piece of stone.
Yeah, you'll always see him do it, and particularly if he's got a shot into a blind pocket, as we say, where you're down on the shot, but you're just looking at the object ball, but you can't see the pocket, and that was a typical example. And another player who used to do it was a very good friend of his as well. Matthew Stevens was the late great Paul Hunter. That was a characteristic of his. They were best buddies, and he used to do that as well. Always get down, crouch down, look at the angle, particularly if he was playing into a blind pocket or he was on a long pot, just to make sure. Sight the angle, pick your spot on the object ball, and then just play it. It's not a bad idea, and particularly for amateurs, budding young professionals even, you know, just when you're in the club and you're on a shot that you're not 100% certain of, always get down, have a look at the angle, pick your spot, and then stick to it. Nice little touch on the 2 reds. He's opened the 2 of them, one into the right middle and one into the left. 60 points. He'd like one more red just to stop his opponent coming back to the table. But good break. It sort of needs this frame, at least one of these last 2 frames. Matthew Stevens, this will go 5-3. He could do with the last one as well and just keep it nice and tight for their second session.
Yeah, this has been a really good response, because he was bitterly disappointed when he made that mistake and went 4-1 down, but he's bounced back well. But he's missed that one. Joe Perry on a good break of 66, by the way, leading 3-2 after the veteran Mark Davis produced a fabulous double on the respotted black. So good response by the World Championship semi-finalist from 2008. He was 15 apiece, Joe Perry, with Ali Carter. Then someone's phone rang and he lost 17-15. But here comes Dave Gilbert trying to work his way back into this frame. Both these players on table 1 have had an excellent afternoon. They've both played really well and scored well.
Yeah, and that's why I said Matthew Stevens, he could have done with even playing that red into the left centre as opposed to the right. He was dead straight on this red that Dave's just potted. So now, okay, still going to have a commanding lead, Matthew Stevens, but, you know, he's just putting himself through unnecessary extra sort of pressure he didn't need going into the final frame of the session. Dave Gilbert has got a chance here for a good snooker.
15.
45 behind, so he really needs a snooker. Could do with a free ball. Oh, that's no good. He's going to hit the brown. It's a terrible shot. Should have missed in the brown, and the red should have been behind the black. So this long pot should be enough. Yeah, good shot.
And the way he'd constructed that break, Matthew, deserves this frame. Shaking hands already. Well, let's head down to table 6. Jimmy Robertson against Anthony Hamilton. They are the slowest table in action so far. Jimmy Robertson almost over the line here. And what a big frame that could turn out to be, Ken. Just nicking that last one before the mid-session break for 3-1 instead of coming back out at 2 apiece. And he could start to turn the screw here.
Yeah, absolutely. Crucial time, isn't it? Just going into the mid-session interval. It's not a frame that you want to lose at any stage of a match, but when you have to ponder it over it for a good 15 to 20 minutes, your opponent is absolutely buzzing after winning a frame like that. He had no business winning it, really. You know, Anthony Hamilton had the chance to put the blue away on a couple of occasions, didn't do so. And Jimmy Robertson got a great blue, pink and black. So now he's starting to get into a rhythm, full of confidence, and that's what a frame like that can do for you.
We'll stay with this and see whether Jimmy can produce the century, and then perhaps if it's still going after this, we'll head over to Mark Davis against Joe Perry. Joe Perry close to guaranteeing himself the 6th frame, leading 3-2. This has been an excellent visit by Jimmy Robertson. His 4 appearances at the Crucible. 2011 he played Mark Selby. In 15 he played Fu. 17 it was Mark Allen, and 18 Mark Williams. Not to be the century, but Jimmy Robertson is 4-1 ahead. Really good stuff by him. Right, so let's get over to table 4, if we may. Mark Davis, Joe Perry. Perry leading 3-2, and this is what the table looks like.
Here's a good question from Luke Terry, and maybe you could throw your tuppence worth into the hat here, Rob. If you could make a dream team from the qualifiers of one ranking event winner, one previous qualifier, one potential debutant this year to take on Williams, O'Sullivan and Higgins, who would you pick and why?
Okay.
Well, you mentioned Anthony McGill. I presume he's going to be one of your picks,
Yes.
is he? Yeah.
Yep, I would go McGill.
A previous qualifier?
Previous qualifier. I would
say Hussein Vafai, maybe throw them into the hat. Who else?
Maybe.
Who else?
Yeah, who else? Do you know, I'm going to say, well, I mean, his match is still ongoing at the moment. Yeah, I might say Dave Gilbert, actually.
Yeah, Dave Gilbert. I think, well, if he qualifies, you know, Dave Gilbert and Matthew Stevens, I think Hussein will be a tough draw. Ryan Day will be a tough draw as well.
Yes.
I mean, all the qualifiers, of course, will be tough draws, but guys who have been there and have had experience,
and what was the last
tough draws.
What's the last element of the question?
The last
element,
debutant, and one potential debutant this year that you would pit against O'Sullivan, against Williams or Higgins. So who was the debutants that you would pick? Would it be one of the Chinese young lads?
Yes, I think you'd either go, even though he hasn't made it yet. He's having an absolute epic with Chu Si. I think you'd either go Pang, or maybe you go a little bit left field, and the manner of his continual comebacks and all the
all the praise you and others keep heaping on him, maybe you'd go Wu Yiza.
Yeah.
To just come in with nothing to lose, nothing to prove, and just free arm and have a go.
Okay, I know you're doing the draw tomorrow at 8:30. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. Wu Yiza plays at Ding Junhui's academy to be pulled out of hat and to play Ding Junhui at the Crucible in the first round. How would that? That would be it would be quite
can you imagine?
incredible, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be that's the equivalent of you playing Alex Higgins.
yeah. And there you go. And that question came in from Luke Terry. I hope you're enjoying it. Porrick Quinlan asked a question about I potted the red, tried to roll up to the blue, but was short. A miss was called. Cue ball replaced. Next time I chose the black. That's allowed, correct? And on look, I thought I couldn't do that and I had to go for the blue. Actually, I think when you're put back in, you can choose your own shot. So I'll have to get clarification from Brendan Moore, one of the top referees that are here. But I think you can, when you're put back in, you can, it's like when you miss a snooker. You don't have to, you know, play the same shot. You can play a different shot if you want when you're asked for a miss and the balls are put back. So I'm sure you don't have to play for the blue. You could have chosen the black there, Porrick. But we'll confirm that with you later. Good question, though.
Here's a question from Lieutenant or Lieutenant, depending on whether you're saying it in the British or American accent. Larry Harris. He's asking any of us, has any player ever resigned from a match at the Crucible from the quarters onwards? Don't think so, because surely that would be so famous for somebody to walk out of a quarter-final semi, and obviously not the final.
Yeah, or not being well enough to continue. Yeah. I don't think that's ever happened. No, not at the Crucible. Certainly in other, I mean, remember the UK Championship where O'Sullivan walked out with 4-1 down. I mean, that was quite bizarre. But at the World Championship, no, I'm not quite sure. David, let's just come back into the room. He will tell us differently. Oh, he'll tell us the same, David. You don't remember anybody? Not from the Sorry? Chris Small, yeah, did it in round 1, but not from the quarterfinals onwards. There you go. I wouldn't mess with David.
No, don't mess with the hen
like
dog.
He's the walking almanac.
I think he sleeps with it under his pillow. Lots of questions.
Monique is saying, are we going to see anything from the 2 young Chinese lads match? Since I started watching, they have not been shown at all. Well, we have been shown quite a bit of it, actually, and we might go back to the table very, very shortly. They're just on a little break. They just finished their 6th frame. It's 3 apiece. It's very, very close. But we have shown, of course, we've been moving from table to table. And we have shown quite a bit of it. Monique.
Well, we're just watching to see whether the battler from Hastings can further reduce his arrears, but that's certainly not going to help. Joe Perry should, in theory, make sure of this frame. Good recovery, this, having lost that respotted black, with Davis producing the wonderful double into the right middle. So keep your questions coming. We will be here right the way through the afternoon. Dave Hendon has taken his seat back in the commentary box after being fired up on his panini and Coke. Joe Perry safely over the line. So 3-2 is going to become 4-2 for him. Now, one of the contenders at the Crucible, the man who lifted the title in 2019, and he warmed up for that in perfect style, winning the Masters. Well, he won the Masters again this January, saying that he wasn't playing the best snooker of his career, but it had resulted in taking the invitational title for the 2nd time at Ali Pali. And a few weeks ago, I caught up with him at the WST Classic just to take him on a trip down memory lane of that wonderful year 4 years ago when he played the best snooker of his life and beat John Higgins to finally lift the big one. Here's what Judd Trump had to say when we met up in Leicester. I remember speaking to Phil Yates ahead of the match, and we were just doing a normal preview by the table, talking about what the final was going to be like. And I said to him, do you think Judd would feel like he's got a little bit of a monkey off his back
if he wins this final and becomes a world champion at last. And he came out with a classic Yates comment. He said, "It's not just a monkey, it's a silverback gorilla." And then he sort of burst out into laughter. Were you conscious of the fact that, bearing in mind how much you'd won at that stage, you hadn't got over the line in the biggest one of all? Was that in your thoughts at all, or were you just fully focused on the match itself?
No, I was just fully focused. I think now, when I look back, it was a massive thing to win that title. I think it didn't really sink in. But I mean, you're always going to get the questions: is he ever going to win it? It's been however long since he's been in the final, and that kind of thing. So it was obviously nice to be back in the final, but I think maybe just the determination in that game. I just was not going to lose, and it was kind of just ingrained from the very start of the game that I would do anything that I had to do to win. And luckily for me, I bought my best game from the very start, from the get-go. Without trying to sound cocky or arrogant, there was something in me in that game. I knew I wasn't going to miss. I knew every time I got to the table I was going to pop one and clear up, every single time. It didn't matter how long the game would have gone on for. If it had gone for 10 days, it would have been the same outcome. There was just something inside me that I wasn't willing to give that one away. And yeah, it was an incredible feeling, a feeling that I'll never forget. And in the end, I can remember being, I think it was 16-9 up, or 16-8 up, and coming back for the last two frames, and I knew I was going to play well again. It was such an incredible feeling that I was able just to take everything in as well. So in games or big tournaments since, it's just not very often you can do that, and I think any top player can vouch for that. It's not often you can just go out there and enjoy it, but strange feeling. I knew how well I was playing, and I could really look around and take everything in at the same time.
Yeah, well, Judge Trump will find out who he plays at the Crucible, of course, tomorrow when the first round draw is made. Now we're back with table 1. Dave Gilbert 5, Matthew Stevens 3. This is the last frame of their session. Big visit this for Gilbert. Obviously 6-3 is a really good lead. It puts pressure on Stevens when they resume at 5 o'clock British time. So very soon he's going to have to get these reds into play, and then he's got a chance to just, as I say, take that 3-frame advantage into the final session. Of course, he came so close to playing Trump in the 2019 final, lost in a decider in the semis to John Higgins, having made a lot of the running in that match. Was just pipped on the line. He's having a good look at this red. I think it's just about on. Yeah, good shot. Nice angle on the black. They've been going toe to toe, haven't they, these two players, all morning and into the afternoon. Matthew Stevens just can't, at the moment, just cannot get close. Oh, well, hold on a minute. He gave everything there, didn't he, to try and split. Have a look at his cue here. Watch it come right out of his hand, look. Trying to get as much power as possible. Now is the red on into the right centre past the pink. Maybe. If he gets this, it should be the frame. No. Wow. Matthew's got a chance. Big frame, big chance this. Yeah, you heard the cry of "Go on, Matthew" from one of his supporters. Yeah, because it's going to be, well, a good 3 hours before the next session. They're going to be thinking maybe about this frame, particularly if Stevens can make the clearance here. Yeah, certainly not an easy opener, but that was a nervy one from Gilbert. Red into the left centre. Oh, I thought that was one that he expected to get and probably should have got. He could have played up for a ball colour there. Played it, sort of stunned it, which made the pot that bit more difficult to hold for the blue.
It's just classic last frame, isn't it? If they played 10 frames, this wouldn't be as nervy, I don't think, but it's just trying to, obviously Gilbert trying to get to 3 ahead and Stevens trying to peg him back.
Good shot, very good, and that should be that. Just brown and one more red required, and he's got, as you see, look, 3 or 4 reds to play on there, all in a line down the left hand side of the table. Put it into a nice position and he'll have plenty of choice. Good shot. So it's going to be 6-3, Dave Gilbert.
5.
Good advantage, you would have to say, going into the next session. Any sort of a lead you'd be hoping for coming into this match, but a 3-frame lead, well, it's a big lead.
Yeah, it's putting pressure on Stevens, isn't it?
Yeah.
When they start, he's got to start well.
Well, you would feel he's got to win 3 at least of the first 4 they play in the first session. You know, to give himself a chance. 8-5, if it went 2-2 at the session when they resume, you know, Dave Gilbert would be a big favourite.
So this frame is done, and it's going to be 6-3 to Dave Gilbert. They'll be back, of course, in 3 hours' time. It's plenty of snooker continuing. Anthony Hamilton on table 6. He's given it everything as you'd expect. 4-1 down, but on a break here.
56.
I know one thing about the English Institute of Sport. They do nice paninis, which I've just managed to savour one myself.
What did you have? Ham and cheese or cheese and ham?
It was chicken.
Was it?
Quite spicy, Ken.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you to Sam from World Snooker who went and got it for me.
Yeah, thanks for mine, Sam, which I'm still waiting on, but there you go. Not to worry, I'll have it tomorrow. I don't think the budget allowed me to have one. It was either you or Rob, so I got the short straw.
Hamilton has this never say die attitude that has, of course, done him well over the years. I mean, his average shot time in this match is 38 seconds.
That's ridiculous. 38 seconds. Wow. That's slower than Eddie Charlton.
I guess if he starts...
I mean, you know, like, I don't understand that, 38 seconds. I mean, look at how fast he cues, you know, and how quick he plays on the shot. It's only the looking around and looking at the different shots. That's where he eats up a lot of the time. But he's not. He should never be a 38-second shot average shot time, Anthony Hamilton.
Well, he needs this black to be 60 in front with 59 on. If he starts to make breaks, I'm sure that time will come down. He's made one here. Just needs this black. Oh, and he's missed it. That was frame ball.
Wow. Looking at trying to dislodge those 2 reds just below the pink, but he should have just made sure the black. He doesn't want to lose another close frame like this. Cue ball going close to the corner pocket. I think it's going to stay out. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, over the course of the season, Hamilton is, because they publish the average shot times now on the World Snooker Tour website, and you have to scroll right the way down. He's 129 out of 130. Only Anton Kazakov is below him, so 31 seconds averaged for the season.
Yeah, it's quite pedestrian. And, you know, I mean, any time I've seen him or played him, you know, he hasn't played slow. He plays, as I say, when you see him queue up, he queues up pretty quick, and it's just that when he maybe contemplates different shots, looks at a few different shots, that's what eats up the time. Now, can he got this red and secure this 6 frame? No. He's missed
all the other reds, which he'd be delighted of. But still, in this frame, Jimmy Robertson, okay, 53 behind, 59 remaining, but still has a chance. We saw him steal a frame where he needed a snooker on the blue to go 3-1 up. When he knows his opponent is under a slight bit of pressure, but he's given him another chance. Free shot here for Anthony Hamilton. Be playing it with safety. Cue ball back behind green and brown. It's a shot you like, actually. You've got a lead that you can play this. Is almost 2 shots in one. Takes the bit of pressure off it. But he's missed it by a long way. But he's got a good cue ball.
Even so, he's struggling to put this frame away, and at the moment Jimmy Robertson's got a good lead, but if this match tightens up, then it could be a very late one, I think, this evening.
It's actually not a bad shot, that. You know, he's covered the red that's near the pink spot. Anthony doesn't want to play the red just below the black spot, so he's got to take this red away from the cushion, which is regarded as more or less a safe red, you would feel. He's got to bring that into play now, and that will help Jimmy Robertson.
On the table 5, the little unscheduled break. I think Zhou Yulong must have just nipped to the toilet. In fact, it was Elliot Sless who had the toilet break on table 5, just to clear that up, but he's back now. So Hamilton not quite over the line yet, but that frame's still got a bit of resolving. This is table 8, David Grace. Andrew Higginson just missed the last red. So Grace already 5-2 up, with a chance here to extend that, and that would be either way, regardless of the last frame of the afternoon, a really good lead. If you're just joining us, Andrew Higginson, he's playing under amateur status, but if he were to qualify for the Crucible, he'd get a new two-year tour card. He wouldn't have to go to Q School, so it's a huge, huge match for him.
Yeah, important visit this. He's got a nice angle on the green. Just play off the right-hand side cushion, back over for that brown. Try and get as close to it. 6 or 8 inches away. Not too bad for a right-hander. Has he got the pace? Needs to go. Well, he's a big lad. I'm sure he might be able to stretch. He might not need the rest here, but it's a bit of a stretch, even for someone who's 6'4", 6'5". Quick glance at the score. 3 points in the lead, so he's going to need brown, blue and pink. Oh, he's overscrewed it.
Blue will put him 12 points in the lead with still 13 remaining, but he's not going to be on the right side for the pink. He's going to have to play the pink mid-distance, and when it's frame ball, it's not certainly no gimme. Might be slightly hampered by the black on the cushion.
Big shot in this match, this
Yeah.
pink to lead 6-2 with 1 frame left this afternoon.
Yeah, it was no gimme. He might even knock the black out. Oh, well, look where he's left it. That was never a gimme. And he's left the pink. And can Andrew Higginson just put a little bit of trace the right-hand side and get right behind the black here? He could do. He got right behind. It was a perfect angle. Of all the places to leave the pink, that was the perfect angle. Now, just drop it in dead weight. No pace on this for a 5-3 deficit. He's got it. What a frame.
Yeah, I mean, he missed the last red initially. Must have thought he'd thrown it away. David Grace missed the pink. Left the angle for Higginson to get on the black. He's potted it. This is table 7. This is an all-Chinese match. Xu Se and Pang Zhengzhu. Zhu is ahead in this frame, 3-3 in the match. And with a useful lead. Both players, of course, looking to book a debut. So we're guaranteed to have 5 debutants, 4 going through yesterday.
Yeah, someone was asking that question earlier on Twitter. What's the most Chinese representation that we've had at the crew? Oh, he's missed that. What's the most Chinese players we've had in 1 year at the Crucible, David?
I'll have to delve back.
5 or 6, is it?
Yeah, I'll have to delve back. I mean, obviously, there's quite a few played in the last sort of decade. So I'll have a look through the records.
I'll cut you out. Have we cut you out?
I've been on Mastermind, this is, all these questions.
I think you got to pass on that one. Oh, I can't believe you don't know that one, Dave. I'm surprised. Yeah. Phil Yates, if he's watching, he'd be rubbing his hands. He'll be on the buzzer straight away.
We'll ring him up then.
Yeah. Miss Blue from Xu Se gives Pang an opportunity for a counter-attack. The pages of the almanac are being torn furiously with David trying to find the answer. We have him, folks. We have him. It's taken 2 days, but we've got him with a question. I would say, I mean, there could be. We have 3, we've 4 already. We're definitely going to have 5. I think that would probably be the most, would it? I'd be surprised if there was 6.
Well, I can tell you that there's been a total of 13 Chinese players already played at the Crucible now, because we've got 3 more going there, guaranteed. Well, in fact, 4 more, because there's 1 here. Yeah. So it's going to take the tally up to 17. So there's been a lot of representation over the years.
What's the most in 1 year? It must be this year then. Is it 5? We have Ding. We've 3 qualifiers. Fan Zhengzhi.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, without going through every year, maybe someone out there could tell us. Save time.
Oh, that was a nice little shot, wasn't it? Lovely little cannon. Perfect. Had to hit that bottom red first, and now he's got a chance. Xu Se was in complete control. Mr. Red and Mr. Blue with the rest up into the green pocket. We'll stick with this and see if we can complete the clearance here and steal the frame. Oh, no, we can't. Poor shot. You can see the disappointment in his face. Chance lost. Unless he takes the double on, which I don't think he will. It's too dangerous.
Try and get that cue ball up behind the green, but chance lost for Pang Junju. A relieved Zhu Si will be coming back to the table. Where are we going next out?
Yeah, so we'll be back with this one in due course, but we want to try and get across as many matches as we can. And on table 5, Elliot Slesser and Zhou Yulong. Slesser at the table here with a good lead, 4-1. He's missed that one though. Well, 2019, a voice on my ear tells me 6 Chinese players. I just checked that, so 6 in 2019 would seem to be the answer. Zhou Yulong is a player who, you know, you could see certainly causing trouble there for seeds if he were to get through, but at the moment he's it's a little bit like the last match actually. James Cahill he played, and they only played 6 frames in the first session. He was sort of a little bit bogged down, and then came out the last session, played brilliantly. Right now he's just trying to get involved here, get a couple more frames on the board, and then try and, I guess, do the same this evening, improve. He has been in a ranking final this season at the Northern Ireland Open in Belfast. Mark Allen beat him there.
Yeah, he's a good all-round player, very solid. Got good cue action, good temperament as well. Might try and take the black out here, just not chip the red onto the side cushion. Try and take the black. I don't know why he plays that so slowly. Okay, he's given out because it may have rolled off, but when you're rolling a ball that dead weight, the length of the table, you know, it could go over a finger mark, bit of chalk, anything that would deviate the line, as well as rolling off as well if the table is not completely level. He's played that lovely. Look at that for a shot, knocking the red over the middle pocket. What a chance for 5-1. I just fancied it, Elliot Slesser, in this match for some reason. I don't know. I just thought he a couple of good wins under his belt, you know, particularly that win against Liam Highfield in the last round. I just thought he was playing with a little bit more confidence, composure. Well, there's still a long way to go, but he's got a wonderful chance here for a 5-1 lead. And that would put his opponent under serious pressure.
Yeah, he's a classic case of a player. If he can control his emotions, you know, he's tough to beat. He's got to try and keep as cool as he can under this intense pressure. But he's on the front foot here. He's looking good, actually.
Yeah, and I think that's why it was a good reason maybe to, you know, ask Peter Ebdon for help, because I think that's what's been his Achilles heel, is his temperament and letting his head or his emotions get the better of himself, beat himself up too much over things that may go wrong on the snooker table or miss putts or whatever.
Can you give up?
Cue ball getting clean, but pink will put him 25 ahead, so he'll need the yellow.
So some big frames coming up for Zhou Yulong. Looks like he's going to be 5-1 down with still 3 frames to play. He's got to dig in here. try and salvage the session. Slesser is looking good though, he's looking confident and he's looking determined, and whatever happens he's going to be in front coming back tonight.
I think he's taking these really nicely. He was very composed there. And it's an important frame to get to first to 5 there, because you know you're going to come back with a lead, and you still have your opponent under a bit of pressure because you've still got a couple of frames to come. So he'd like to extend that now, gone 5-1 up, opponent under pressure, 3 frames to play. I'd like to get at least 6-3, 7-2. Well, that would be quite incredible against a player of Zhu Yulong's class.
Yeah, so the pressure on Zhou Yulong to find a response.
41.
Another good contribution this from Elliot Slesser. 5-1 it is to him. 3 frames left to be played in this session. It's a big day, of course, for Mark Davis. He's trying to keep his tour card after 32 years up against Joe Perry. And on table 4, and Joe Perry making the running here, 5-2. But has handed a chance here to Mark Davis. He does hold one sort of strange record actually at the Crucible. The gap between winning his first and second match, he won a match in 1995 and then not again till 2010. So it was a long wait.
I think he might have beat me in 95, was it?
Well, I didn't like to mention that.
Yeah,
game,
yeah.
but yeah.
He beat me, in the first round. In 90... Was it not 96? I think it was 96, because I think I played him the following year. In 97, the very first round.
I'm pretty sure it was 95, but
Okay.
as ever the almanac will tell us.
Yeah, it might be 95.
Yeah, he was 95.
Was it?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
The years just merge into one, don't
they?
they?
Do, don't they? They just all roll into one when you get to my age. Yeah, we played the first round. I think he beat me 10-8, and then I played him the next time he qualified, and I managed just to beat him 10-8. So we had a couple of great battles. He's such a great campaigner and such a steady player over the years. He's come close, hasn't he, to win tournaments. He's never got his hand, or has he, on a ranking tournament?
No, he got to the English Open final 2018, and I seem to remember he feathered the white at a crucial moment against Bingham. You know, it was a real heartbreaker, actually. All the years he'd been going, it was a good chance.
Yeah.
So we'll keep tabs on Mark Davis's progress there. But table 7, a close frame here between Xu Si and Pang Zhengzhu. 26 in it, still 35 on.
Yeah.
3-3 in the match.
This frame should have been over 15 minutes ago. For Zhu Si, he had a blue with the rest into the green pocket, dead straight, missed it. And he's been struggling since. He's going to take this red on. No, didn't take it on, but have a look at this first shot he's played. Great shot. Very clever indeed. And this is not easy to hit. The brown is slightly in the way. If if he goes off one cushion. He may be able to just swerve around pink and black. But if he does that, the red could career into the green and he could leave it on. So he's got to be, gotta be very careful here. It's not an easy swerve with the pink being so close to the cue ball. It's not an easy swerve at all, which means he's got to push the cue ball out past the pink and the black and hoping the swerve takes before he hits the red. As I said, if he plays it off the left-hand side cushion, the brown is slightly in the way, so see how much farther left he's aiming the cue ball. Oh, he's done very well there. That was a good shot. Got enough power on it to get it relatively safe. But it may be a red that Pang may take on.
Well, he took a long time playing the shot, and he's been fortunate. Pang would have been favourite for sure here. Obviously, he's been a finalist this season in a ranking event, the WST Classic. He's made real strides this year, but at the moment, it's not the most flowing match, it's got to be said. Which, you know, you might think it would be amongst a couple of youngsters, but obviously, it's still, well, one of the biggest matches either have played. A chance to be part of the final stages of this great tournament for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw 3 young Chinese boys all qualify as debutants for the Crucible, and they're all very fluent, very fast players. But 3 boys that we see today, the likes of Pang and Zhu Si and even Zhu Yulong, they don't fall into that category. They're a bit more methodical, a bit more technical. And they take the time over shots. Sort of an eclectic mix, isn't it? You know, all different players and how they see the game and how they play the game and how they see the shots and how quick the shots come to them.
Just as Anthony Hamilton did win that frame we were watching earlier, so it's 4-2 now to Jimmy Robertson. So 26 in it. Obviously, Zhu Si really just needs red in colour. Here's a good question, Phil, Ken,
yeah.
from the Sports Boy. If you could bring back 2 players from the past, dead or alive, to play at the Crucible, who would they be?
Oh,
guess one of them for you.
Yeah,
Alex.
Alex Higgins is definitely. I'd love to see Alex Higgins. Well, one of the most memorable matches would have been Alex Higgins against Jimmy White in the semi-finals in 1982. So I'd definitely take Alex back and to play Jimmy White, or maybe even Ronnie O'Sullivan. Alex Higgins, Ronnie O'Sullivan, both in their pomp in a world final, or Alex Higgins, Jimmy White in a world final. I think that would be fantastic. Or Alex Higgins, even Steve Davis, and they both absolutely hated each other.
So, but great rivals as well. That would have been an amazing world final.
Panks just hit the blue there, so 31 in it. I tell you, I would, you know,
Yeah.
you've got a time machine. Joe Davis, he never played at the Crucible.
No.
Obviously, he was the first world champion. He'd long since retired by
Yeah.
the time it went there. So fascinating, wouldn't it, to see how he would handle the glitz and the glamour of the modern circuit?
Yeah, absolutely. That would have been Joe Davis against Ronnie O'Sullivan, eh? That would have been a match to behold. Alex Higgins once conceded with a session to go on the World Championship final. He did in 1976, but it wasn't at the Crucible. Was that in Liverpool, was it?
I think it was Manchester, was it?
Was it?
76,
Yeah.
I think the year before the Crucible.
And James Cook has posted another picture from Florida this time. Oh, excellent escape this time from Pang Zhengzhu. Yeah, but it's raining in Florida. Oh, well, we feel terrible sorry for you, James. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's been raining in Sheffield for the past week. I'll just have you know.
Well, we're going to just jump to potentially end of session on table 8. David Grace going well against Andrew Higginson. Higginson looking to get his tour card back by qualifying, but David Grace with a chance for 7-2. Good chance, you've got to say. Already 31 points to the good here, so... Sorry, it'd be 6-3. I do beg your pardon, 6-3. Even so, it's a good lead. From what we've seen of this match, he's played very nicely today.
61.
That's a good one there from Kyle Reid. He posed a question. Who was the oldest debutant at the Crucible ever? The oldest debutant?
I do know that one. John Dunning, 54.
Really? Wow. I remember John Dunning, yeah, from the old Jemison Classic all those years ago.
Yeah.
The Jemison International. It was like a round robin, wasn't
That's
it?
right, yeah.
Did he get to the semi-final? I think Tony Knowles might have beat him in the semis or the final or something like that.
Well, he made his debut at the Crucible 54. It's a slightly different era, of course.
Yeah.
But even so, he's in the almanac. That's all that matters.
This red to go 44 ahead, with just 43 remaining.
68.
Quick look at the scoreboard now. Problem now he's faced. Okay, he can just pot the green, but I don't think any of those reds are potable into the right corner pocket. So he's just making sure the green. Extra few points. 47 ahead with just
71.
43 remaining. 1 4-point snooker required. So he still has to be a little bit careful.
David Grace, 71.
Nice break, David Grace, 71. Jimmy Robertson is in on table 6 as Pang on table 7 looks to clear up to try and win the frame.
Yeah, table 7 is getting interesting. Right, we've got here on the blue, and as you can see, 17 behind, 18 on, so could be a real steal. He's been chasing this frame all the way through. That long battle on the last red, which he eventually won. Pink is on the black spot though, so the white's got quite a distance to travel here for this pink. Yeah, and he's not quite got there. If the pink was on its own spot, that would have been a great shot, but it's on the black spot. Still tried to cut it in. Great shot. He needs the black as well, but what a terrific effort this is from Pang. He needs the black to steal the frame, and it really would be a steal to lead 4-3. Oh, it's a terrific clearance. It really is. That's the sort of clearance that can make a big difference in a match. 4-3 to Pang. Still 2 frames to go there. We're going to table 6, Jimmy Robertson and Anthony Hamilton. Robbie's back. And it's got a little bit tense, but I think at this stage of the afternoon, the player who's in front is thinking, you know, how far in front can I get? And obviously the player trailing is trying to peg them back. So it's one match, but the fact it's 2 sessions is important to note, because the end of sessions, they get quite tense.
Yes, without question. And Jimmy Robertson knows if he can keep this break going, he's guaranteed an advantage. He doesn't know how big yet. But the ebbs and flows in these best of 19s are massive. I mean, there's David Grace on table 8, 5-3 up against Andrew Higginson, but Andrew Higginson was 5-1 down at one stage, although David's in a commanding position in this latest frame. But Jimmy's had to work extremely hard for this advantage over the wily old campaigner, Anthony Hamilton. And how key was that moment just before they went off for their mid-session break. Jimmy managing to get the snooker on the blue and going in 3-1 up as opposed to being pegged back to 2 apiece. That could turn out to be a huge turning point in the match come later on this evening. There's a mistake from Jimmy Robertson, and the sheriff was straight up out of his chair, quick on the draw.
Yeah, I mean, it feels from what we've seen that Robertson has played the more sort of fluent snooker, but he can't quite shake Anthony Hamilton off. I remember years ago there was a player, Chris Small from Scotland, who was a terrific player, very determined, methodical player. And John Parrott played him, and he christened him the human limpet. He says he just grabs hold of you and doesn't let go. And Anthony Hamilton is very much like that. He's just sort of limpet-like approach that he's got. The problem as well for the opponents is he can score really heavily, Hamilton. You know, he's known as a heavy scorer, so it's not all sort of tactical stuff by any means.
Now, bearing in mind how early in the afternoon they pulled off Jordan Brown yesterday, when they were locked together at 4 apiece, Si Jiahui and Jordan Brown. I wonder at what stage they'll start thinking, well, we've got to give these guys a sizable rest. We're coming up, what, 20-3. If they work on the same principle that they did yesterday with Si Jiahui and Jordan Brown, you would think that sometime after 3 o'clock they might turn around and say, well, this latest frame you've just started will be your last.
Well, it's a terrific shot, meanwhile, or attempt to get the reds into place, but a bit unlucky, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult balancing act. If you do bring them off early, then you're putting extra frames on to deny it, so it's going to be a late finish. It's only taken a long time because they've taken a long time. But the sort of humane approach is to give the players a bit of a rest as well. So that's a question, of course, for our colleagues in the tournament office, who will judge it as they see it. Hamilton was a bit unlucky there. He played quite an inventive shot, but didn't get on one. So back to the safety. (5-3) Perry over Davis now, so they've got one more frame to play on table 4. There's, of course, we know Ryan Day won rather prematurely after just 4 frames, so there's 5 tables still going here at the English Institute of Sport. David Grace has won that last frame on table 8, so there's now 4 tables going. He's 6-3 up against Andrew Higginson.
Really important match that for David. He's made 1 appearance at the Crucible. He beat Sonny Akani on Judgment Day in 2017 and then made a good effort against Kyron Wilson. Lost out, but did register 6 frames on his 1 solitary visit to the Crucible, so he's 4 frames away from another. Now, Hamilton had a fantastic long pot with the blue to try and split the reds. Didn't fancy it on that occasion. Massive last frame of the session between Joe Perry and Mark Davis about to restart, with Joe 5-3 up. I wonder whether the battler can drag himself back to within 1 in a match he must win to keep his place on tour.
Well, this frame is going to take a bit of winning, clearly, here on table 6, but Elliot Slessor with a chance here on table 5 to extend his lead. He's already 5-1 up against Zhou Yulong, and certainly if he wins this one, then Zhou is in big trouble, having to desperately try and salvage something from the session. Otherwise, he might be too far back coming back this evening.
It's been a superb performance from Elliot Slessor so far against Zhou Yulong, Northern Ireland Open runner-up. Beat Murphy, Milkins, McGill and Gilbert en route to that final against Mark Allen. Last 16 at the European Masters, the UK Champs, the Scottish Open, the World Grand Prix. He's had a good season, but Slessor is very much in the ascendancy here and wants to assert his dominance towards the end of this session.
As we watch Elliot Slessor here, of course, this Judgment Day coverage was established by Rob and Neil Folds, our colleague, who has decided to get involved on Twitter. He says, who's played both Fred Davis and Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Crucible? What a question. Well, it would have to be, with the span of years, it would have to be one of Ronnie's early appearances. Now, the first year he played Alan McManus. Alan doesn't go that far back. So
27.
I think he beat Dennis Taylor 1 year. That would be my guess, because Dennis goes back into the Fred Davis era.
I wonder, did he ever play Thorne in the very, very early years?
I don't recall him playing him. He definitely played Dennis, so that's my guess.
OK, the other left field suggestion to put into the mix, Terry Griffiths. I know Terry played Mark Williams. Willow beat him on his debut in 97?
Yeah.
10-9, I think. So I remember asking Mark a couple of times, was that an emotional moment for you, beating a fellow Welshman who'd lifted the title as a qualifier in 1979? Must have been mixed feelings. He went, I wanted to thrash him. No interest in the nostalgia and the forgiving mood. He was like, no, I was at the Crucible, I'm there to win. Doesn't matter who the other opponent is.
That was Terry's last ever match. He retired after that match. Well, Slessor, meantime, about to go 25 in front with the pink, so another red and a colour, and it's going to be 6-1.
Loads of questions coming in here, Hendo. Kyle Reid is asking, most debutants in 1 year at the Crucible. I think since we started Judgment Day, haven't we had 8 or 9? I'm not sure we've ever gone into double figures, have we? Hendo is furiously flicking through the almanac.
It's all in here, yeah. There was 1993, actually, the first year Ronnie played there, because the qualifiers were in September, so they were months away from the actual tournament itself, and there were some strange sort of qualifiers then. All sorts of people came through that had no form by the time the World Championship came along.
Whilst you find that answer, Hendo, Posh Josh, great username on Twitter, has said,
A few years ago, I remember watching Peter Lines against the Judge in the first qualifying round. They were pulled off after 6 frames. Judge eventually won it 10-9 in the evening at 3 a.m.
Nice. Nice memories. Meantime, Slesser, 26 in front. He needs this. He's not ideal on either one, is he? But he needs this in. This pink. And Zhou Yilong will need snookers. Big shot for Slesser for a 6-1 lead. Nicely done. He's looked very cool today. I think he's looked calm and he's taken his chances. Most debutants, the answer is 9 in 1984 and 1994.
Well, maybe we've had 8 on one of the Judgment Day years. Maybe it could have been 9. So Slesser is over the line in this frame. And it looks as though Jimmy Robertson is approaching frame ball on table 6. He's got it now. So Jimmy Robertson's about to go 5-2 up on the Sheriff. And Mark Davis on table 4 is on a break of 28, desperately trying to take the last of the session against Joe Perry for what would be a 5-4 deficit as opposed to 6-3. So now that Elliott's over the line in this one and with a very commanding position of 6-1, why don't we head over to table 4 and see whether Mark Davis can indeed finish the session. Doesn't matter about the blue. That's been an excellent visit from Slesser, who's had a fabulous, fabulous afternoon at 6-1 up. Let's go over to 4. And Mark Davis bidding to win the last frame of the afternoon. This has been a decent effort from the battler.
Yeah, well, he's been on tour 32 years, so he's clearly going to give it his all here, just trying to make things close, and it's almost then virtually a level match coming back this evening, almost another match in some ways. But a message from viewer in Croatia. Do you think I'm crazy for putting my money on Mark Williams this year? Not at all. I think it's a pretty sound bet because he won't be one of the absolute favourites, but we know, I mean, he was a frame from the final last year, wasn't he?
Willow is an excellent value bet, I reckon. He's played, at times, he's played some wonderful snooker, and that win against O'Sullivan at the Masters meant the world to him. I know he lost out in the final in the end, but it was a great run to get there, beating Ronnie and some notable other scalps. It was, yeah, some vintage play from Mark Williams, who had missed out on the final, of course, in that epic 6-5 thriller against Neil Robertson on the Saturday afternoon the previous year. I think Mark Williams could have a very, very deep run.
Well, he's actually the tip of Alan McManus this year. You know, Alan's not reckless type, is he? He's had to think about it. Yeah, nearly won the Masters. Anyway, Mark Davis still going. Building up a nice lead here, 51, 56 with this blue. So not that much more to do to close within 1, and he'll have a couple of hours to come back for the big final session this evening.
I think he'll be delighted to get out of this at 5-4. He really would. This has been a brilliant visit. Ben R has sent a series of messages asking for our top tips for the Crucible. He seems to think Selby, Ronnie, Trump, Murphy. Selby and Ronnie because of their World Championship record, winning 8 out of the last 11. Murphy because he's been so consistently good on the ITV events recently. And Trump because his B and C game is as good as anyone's, as he showed at the Masters, winning it when he's not at his best. So that's what Ben thinks. Yeah, this has been superb from the battler of Hastings.
Yeah, this blue, and he's going to be 68 in front with 67 on, so he's really dug in well at the end of the session here, Mark Davis, battling not just to reach the Crucible, but to keep his professional status going into another season.
68.
And it's not wouldn't be true to say if that happened he could sort of relax at the Crucible, but what a weight off his mind to go there knowing he'll be coming back next season, whatever.
Well, and as you reminded me this morning when we were chatting over his Crucible CV, he hasn't won many, but he has beaten Higgins there, albeit 10 years ago. Dan Harrod has carried on the interesting chat about who's favourite for the Worlds. He says, good afternoon, Dan, by the way, delighted to have your company. Dan says, it's Ronnie or Selby for me, but I feel Lazowski will win a big one soon. Doing it at the Worlds would be very, very special indeed. Tall order that for his first one. The German Masters was a fantastic chance for Lazowski. When you looked at the semi-final lineup, yeah, because the finals he's lost have all been lost to either Robertson, Selby or Trump, you thought perhaps this year in Berlin was going to be his day. I mean, I've got to be honest though, I've stopped asking him about, because it's, you know, it's a stereotype question, and also you just put his back up. He is good enough to win one. It will come at some stage, won't it? But to do it at the Crucible would be a very, very tall order for his first ranking title. But handshake there. Mark Davis has reduced the arrears. The battler from Hastings is still in with a shout against the former Welsh Open champion of last year. So 5-4, their afternoon's work is done. Meanwhile, we continue.
Table 7, Pang Zhengzhou against Xu Se. 4-3 to Pang, 47 points behind in frame 8. Really thin red, that, wasn't it? Couldn't absolutely guarantee where the white would finish. Yeah, as I say, we're at that position now in the afternoon where you're just trying to basically wrestle frames from your opponent, basically set up the evening session. Pang won a very tight 7th frame on the black. It was a really good clearance and chance to do similar here.
6.
Which would be another psychological body blow to land against Xu Se. Cameron's asking what's the latest time a match has finished at the Crucible. Someone asked this yesterday, actually, Cameron, and the answer is 3:51 AM. That was 40 years ago, 1983. Cliff Thorburn, Terry Griffiths. Neither player known for their speed. That, to be fair to them, the evening session started late. They had to wait for another match, so they weren't on from the get-go. But even so, 9 minutes to 4, finished 13-12 to Thorburn. That match began in the first session with his maximum break. Cameron says, I'd love a fight to win. I'm partly Iranian. Well, he's in a good position at the moment, isn't he?
Yes, he sure is. Kyle Reid has sent a prolific number of questions and comments and posers. Hendo, I'm not sure whether you may have covered this with Ken whilst I was off having my baguette and cup of tea. I've left the muffin for the little gap between the two sessions. Apparently the muffins here at the English Institute are phenomenal.
Well, I didn't get a muffin, so that's one you got over on me.
I had to buy my own.
Oh, fair enough.
Kyle Reid is saying, and I think you're in a better position to have a strong opinion on this, if you have a strong opinion, that is, because you cover even more snooker than I do. What are your thoughts on a few of the snooker pros entering Ultimate Pool, the likes of Fordy, Willow and Mark Allen? Did you cover that with Ken?
No, but another competition you mean. I mean, it's a different sport. You know, they kind of look the same, they feel the same. Pool, all different forms of pool. Different tactics, different skills required. You know, a couple of players have tried 9-ball pool and have sort of gone into it, I think, feeling it'd be quite easy, and it isn't, because it's a game with particular skills. The break shot actually is a big one. But it's an opportunity to earn more money, you know, in a different way, I guess. So good luck to players if they want to pursue that. Meanwhile, Pang has just lost ideal position here. Hasn't quite got on this red as intended.
Good comment here. Forgive me if this pronunciation is off. Adrian, I think it's Adrian. We're delighted to have your thoughts. He's written, got to be Murphy if you're looking at current form for the Cruise. But Trump, coming from a quiet enough season, is a genuine danger. Speaking of quiet enough seasons, what do you make, Dave, of these sort of mini holidays that players, the top 16, have been inserting into their schedules just ahead of the Worlds? Trump went to, is it New York for a few days, and Sean Murphy went to Dubai. I mean, you can read that one of two ways, can't you? You can see the logic. Get a little bit of a headspace away from snooker. You trust your game, you know your game. Just having a tiny little break before the cauldron of the crucible kind of envelops you for what they hope is a full 17 days. And others, kind of old school in approach, might raise a few eyebrows and say, well, surely you should be on 6 hours a day at the practice table. What do you make of that?
I think there's time enough for practice. Everyone's different. The players know best what's right for them. These are not like month-long holidays. Some of them were just a few days, so I'm not sure it's going to make much difference either way. I mean, I know people would say we'll go on holiday afterwards, but sometimes just a bit of time away, recharge the batteries, is not the worst idea. Now then, he missed that altogether, which is incredible. He didn't get on the red in the first place, and then he's very close to it and just missed it altogether. It's not a major mistake, but it was a bit strange. Obviously just trying to clip thin off it.
Well, that's interesting. We've just had confirmation in my ear from our guys working for Loop Productions, doing a great job, and at exactly the same time, the big dog from the press office, Ivan Hershevitz, sent me a WhatsApp. Tables 5, 6 and 7 are now currently contesting their last frames of the session. So that answers our question that the players will be given, there or thereabouts, the best part of 2 hours to relax. So whatever the scoreline at the end of these existing frames, that will be the score when they resume at 5 o'clock, to try and make sure that they all get a healthy enough gap between the two sessions. One thing's for certain, Dave, I think we are in for a much later evening than we had last night.
I'd say that's guaranteed, yeah. Of course, in previous rounds, best of 19, yes, but you would normally play either morning and evening or 2 afternoons, so you would get a big gap regardless. So this is to ensure the players do have a bit of downtime. It's a very humane decision. Can't criticise it. But it does mean we're adding frames on to tonight. Players won't be aware of that right now, I wouldn't have thought. So Elliot Slesser, for example, I mean, I'm sure if he went 7-1, he'd love to stay out there, wouldn't he? He's 6-1 over Zhou Long. He'd love to stay out at 7-1. But they're going to be the last frames being played.
There was another one from Kyle Reid, by the way, Hendo. And he said he asked me this 2 years ago, and I have forgotten the answer that was forthcoming. So put me out of my misery. Oldest Crucible debutante?
No, we did answer that.
Oh, OK.
Ken, it was John Dunning, who was 55 when he made his debut. Name from the past.
And in the modern era and the high quality of snooker, that will never be beaten now.
Well, it seems very unlikely, doesn't it? You know, I mean, I haven't worked out how many players on tour played at the Crucible, but it's a hell of a lot. Neil Folds actually came out with an extraordinary stat the other day. There's 130 players on tour. How many of them have won a ranking title? The answer is 43. So a third of the tour have won a ranking title. There's a lot of winners there. Of course, the number of tournaments has gone up. That includes players like Hendry and White, of course, who won them quite a few years ago. But yeah, 43 players on tour of the 130 are ranking titleists. So it does point to great strength in depth. This frame's become a bit scrappy, to say the least. Of course, Pang, if he won it, may, you know, at 5-3, may think, OK, I've got a chance for 6-3. But of course, they'd have to come back later. He won't know that right now.
Elliot Slessor's in again on table 5. 6-1 up. He's on a little early break of 15. Balls are nicely spread for him. What a fabulous afternoon he's had. Yes, he absolutely wouldn't want to be coming off at 7-1. He'd want to try and push for 8-1. Closing in on a first appearance at the Crucible with a crowd. Of course, he made his debut back in 20. Mounted a great comeback from 7-1 down to reduce arrears against Yan Bingtao to 9-7 before the now former Masters champion got over the line 10-7. So his second session of that debut was excellent. I commentated on that match, and he was unlucky not to make it a very, very nervy climax for Yan Bingtao. So we're watching the back end of this frame between the two would-be debutants. We will have a guaranteed 5 in tomorrow's draw on 5 Live, 25-9. And when we get to a conclusion of this, perhaps we will go and see whether Elliot Slessor makes it 7-1 instead of 6-1. That was a good pot by Jus, sir.
It was, but the last red is not in a great spot on that cushion. This is a sort of swimming through glue type frame. You're just sort of desperately trying to get through to the end of it. But they all count the same, whether it's a 146 as we saw from Ryan Day or very scrappy stuff like this. So we'll let you know, this frame, as I say, with that red where it is, has got a bit of time left to run, I suspect. Elliot Slessor, as Rob says, is going really well here. 6-1 with a chance for 7-1. Very handsome lead indeed to take into the evening. As we join it, as you can see, he's 22 points in front. Well, he's trying to develop reds. He's just sort of brushed off the cluster, and that's not a great place to finish, really. May still have one. That red was furthest left of the 3 on the right-hand side, may pot. But even that there, I mean, that's kind of gone wrong. But Elliot Slessor, you know, the time was he would have reacted to that. He would have sort of done the woe is me act. He didn't do that there. And that's encouraging. He's shown good attitude today. Just a safety, no reaction. Just trying to keep things tight. Very professional. Zhou Yulong, I know, was heavily fancied by a lot of people to qualify before the draw came out, regardless of playing Slessor. He was someone who, you know, has been in a final this season and has been sort of knocking on the door a little bit last few years, but made very little impact on this match. Good length on the safety there, though. And the reds are all in open play, or most of them are, so still a chance in this frame for him.
Table's wide open on 6 as well in what is going to be the last frame of the afternoon between Hamilton and Robertson. It's almost what Dominic Dale would describe as an orchard of reds. Big moments for all the men currently trailing in these matches to try and get some kind of toehold. I mean, it's close to being a must-win frame, this, for Zhou Yulong.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 7-1, you don't see many matches won from that position, trailing. So he's quite rightly trying to keep things tight here and hope for a chance, but he's going to have to put something together if he gets the chance. It's not really been happening for him today.
Well, I wonder if it might be a good idea just to pop down and have a look at table 6, Hamilton against Jimmy Robertson, because Jimmy Robertson is in the balls. Elliot Slessor taking a moment to contemplate his move here. Black up on the yellow spot, so that's less than ideal, but in terms of the spread of reds, it's pretty good here. Jimmy just asking Peggy Lee to clean the cue ball after this shot. This advantage has been hard fought for against Anthony Hamilton for Jimmy. Now he wants Peggy to clean the cue ball. Well, we're already at 3:05, so depending upon how long these frames take to complete, the players, by the time they perhaps have a walk away from the venue or have a short car ride back to a cafe or even just go for a walk, the time is going to disappear very, very quickly between now and the resumption.
Yeah, and all you're really thinking about is the resumption. You know, you can kid yourself, but that's what it's all about, coming back tonight, trying to be as positive as possible, regardless of the position, whether you're in front or behind. There's still a lot of snooker to be played, but Jimmy Robertson can certainly take a good lead here. This is a great chance for him to open up a big lead as he looks to qualify for the 5th time for the Crucible. He nearly dropped off the tour a couple of years ago. He actually had to go to World Qualifying to win a match and got very emotional when he did. And then last season he had a great campaign. He got to the semis of the Players' Championship. The fact he was in that event tells you what a good season it was, because that's just top 16 on the 1 year. It's not been quite so good this season, just the last 16 in the European Masters, but as ever, as with all players, looking to end on a high at the Crucible.
Yeah, I knew he'd won the European Masters. I'd forgotten it was 5 years ago. And then all of a sudden, 2 years on, that money comes off. If things haven't gone well since a maiden ranking title, they can find themselves in quite a difficult position. So it has been heavy going at times in the last couple of years for Jimmy. So making it through to the Crucible for a 5th time would be an excellent way to finish an okay season. He's been hovering around the last 32 mark, Dave. Last 32 European Masters, British Open, Northern Ireland, Scottish. Kind of there or thereabouts, but desperate to recapture the kind of form that took him to the European Masters title 5 years ago. And as you mentioned, the Players' Championship semis last season.
Yeah, he beat John Higgins in that tournament. That's a great win. Oh, but that's not a great shot. He's missed the red with the rest. So this frame, far from over yet. 10 points in it, plenty still there.
Table 7, Zhu Se and Pang Jung-Siu are down to just the colours. Anthony Hamilton taking a while to contemplate his response. Talking to himself out loud. He's in no hurry.
Yeah, let's drop in on 7, as you say. It's a delicate stage, this. 9 points in it. Pang snookered on the yellow. Unsuccessful. And he'll be playing that again, you suspect. He leads 4-3. Just stole the last frame. This has been a very disjointed frame, to say the least. We saw it down to the last red when it was on the cushion. They've not moved on much from there. Another miss. This could be the black. Not quite, but back we go. Dave Ford, one of the great Judgment Day survivors. Of course, he did the Fergal O'Brien, Dave Gilbert 2 hours plus decider a few years back. Had a few questions on Instagram as well. Brad asking what happened to the globe that used to sit behind the players in the Crucible. Well, that was, yeah, they were iconic, really, weren't they, those globes? But they were associated with former sponsor, and I guess times have just moved on. But I remember the globe in the middle. They used to sit in the middle. Terry Griffiths knocked it off one year during the final. He played Steve Davis and just sort of backed into it. And at the end of the final, they actually presented it to him. So, but I don't know where it is now. But anyway, he's hit the yellow. Now, has he covered it? No, I don't think so. So Zhu goes back to his seat, and Pang with a chance at the yellow. But it doesn't drop. Oh, this is such a nervy frame.
Huge prize dangling for one of these two young Chinese players. A maiden appearance on the biggest stage of all. So just a reminder, this is Judgment Day Part 2. Ryan Day has become the first player through to tomorrow morning's draw, courtesy of the withdrawal of Scott Donaldson, who was suffering tremors in his leg as a direct or indirect result of a reaction to a COVID jab. The tremors had gone away for 5 months, but they came back. Ryan Day was spoken to by Scott and was a kind of bemused figure, really, when we spoke to him after the match, although he did begin with a 146 tournament high break. Got one hand on £15,000, unless you suspect somebody produces a maximum at the Crucible. 146 unlikely to be repeated, as it's such an unusual break. Good advantages for the likes of Dave Gilbert. Comfortably ahead against Matthew Stevens, although the two-time former finalist has made some good contributions, some decent breaks to stay in touch. David Grace 6-3 up on Andrew Higginson. Joe Perry and Mark Davis nip and tuck. Remember Joe Perry trying to win through to the Crucible again for the first time since 2019, and if he does, he'll knock Mark Davis off tour. But the battler from Hastings took the last frame of their 9 to ensure he is within 1. And this is ever so nervy between Pang Zhengxiu and Zhu Se.
Yeah, he's had a result there. Green's gone save. He may even have snookered him. So this frame, probably a good decision now, the fact that they're not going to be playing another one, because if it's as long as this, they wouldn't have much time. That's the calculation, of course. World Snooker Tour just trying to give the players a little bit of rest period.
Question from Yao Vincente. Sorry about the pronunciation if it's not quite correct, Xiao. He's asking if the draw is live on the World Snooker Tour Facebook page. I believe it is not. It is live on 5 Live, which apparently you can pick up internationally. And I believe some of the press room guys are coming with us. Ivan Hershevitz and I will be there in the 5 Live studio doing the draw. I believe it will be filmed, not broadcast live, but filmed and then put out afterwards if you feel like you want to go back and watch it as opposed to listening to it live. But if you're trying to tune in from an international perspective, apparently you can still access 5 Live's service from outside Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I think it's worth staying with this one, Dave, even though we've got action continuing on 5 and 6. Jimmy Robertson is back at the table, trying to turn the screw on a very awkward opponent in Anthony Hamilton. But we should stay with this a little while longer, as it is so tense. 3 points separating them, and if Zhu Se could somehow get over the line, it's all square after 8 frames, whereupon there will be a gap. Well, we're tickling on. It won't be far shy of 3:30. So just a short break for a bite to eat and a stretch of the legs before they come back.
Yeah, I think we are just going to nip over to table 6 because Jimmy Robertson is about to win that frame, I think. This is the position. And this will be a good lead to take into the evening. He's 43 in front with 43 on, so he's not quite there, but if he could pop this, then it would be snookers required. And it's all about the pot here. Well, hasn't got it, so yeah, a little rap on the table, because Hamilton could still tie, actually. 2 reds, 2 blacks on the colours. Anthony Hamilton desperate to try and claw his way back into this last frame of the afternoon.
Elliot Slessor has taken the 8th frame in his match against Zhou Yu Long. He's still at the table, but comfortably over the line for a 7-1 advantage. He's had a virtually flawless afternoon. That's a superb lead with which to resume in an hour and a half or an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's going to take some overturning, and as I say, he probably would want to play the next as well, but he's going to be told shortly when he's just finished his visit that is it for now. But he'll be satisfied enough with a 7-1 lead. So we'll go back to table 7. It's taken a long time to get down to the last 3 colours. Here we go. So they're on the green, in fact. This is just a couple of moments ago. I'm just going to show you what happened here. So he's got a snooker out of a snooker, as Pang. It's been that sort of frame. There's been all sorts happening. One of those frames you're just sort of desperate to somehow win, but as you see, he laid a snooker and now he's in one. Oh, would you believe it? Wow, what a fluke. What a fluke. Okay, I mean, you can't really complain about not being ideal on the brown, but he could still pot this.
Champagne snooker. Oh, how well struck was that? And what an evening in prospect between these 2 young Chinese would-be debutantes. Neither of them have walked down those famous stairs before. The 3 of their young compatriots came through brilliantly yesterday. So it's a real display of Chinese talent, the next generation of Chinese talent as well. Ding will be there, of course, having battled his way into the top 16, just denying Ryan Day an automatic berth with his performance at the Tour Champs, although Ryan has obviously got there after taking the first 4 against Scott Donaldson and Scott Donaldson pulling out. So we will be all square between Pang Junxiu and Xu Se.
Yeah, it was strange the way the luck worked there, because he fluked a snooker out of a snooker. So you think Pang's been fortunate, but then Juser's fluked the green out of the snooker. So this is the last match on now, Hamilton and Robertson. And not a lot has happened since we left it. There's still 43 in it with 43 on. Hamilton trailing 5-2 and needing to force a respot unless he gets a snooker in order to win this last frame. It's 6-2 his favourite at the moment.
The thing is, though, Dave, and Jimmy will be only too aware of this, as would any other pro who's got respect for Hamilton, he is such a wily old campaigner. Until it's mathematically impossible, you're not over the line.
Oh, definitely, yeah. He's, you know, all the experience he's got is what will stand him in good stead, potentially. And now then, can he see one of these reds? The blacks come out into open play as well. Remember, he needs 2 reds, 2 blacks and the colours. Just checking the scoreboard, that's the position. So suddenly, has the door open for him? Not absolutely sure if he can see the red to pot it. I think he can. He needs to get on the black off it. A chance has come along. Oh dear. Well, that's all about trying to get on the black, and in the end, he's gone in off, and now he needs snookers. And with the white coming back into the D, it's frame over. Well, that's incredible. From having actually what looked like a reasonable chance to win the frame to complete disaster in one shot. End of frame. This end of session.
And you can argue, or we'll find out, I guess, in the fullness of time, this little exchange towards the end of the session could prove to be as significant as Jimmy managing to get a snooker on the blue and going into the mid-sesh at 3-1, as opposed to being pegged back at 2 apiece. These feel like important moments for Jimmy Robertson.
Yeah, because Hamilton will be thinking about that now. He'll have no choice because they're going to be brought off.
Yeah, frame conceded in the first session.
There we are. So, end of session, 6-2 to Jimmy Robertson, and the players being told that that is the last frame of the session.
Well, that's it for now. Hope you have enjoyed a scintillating session of snooker. It's the first instalment of Judgment Day Part 2. If you've missed a couple of the shots, here come some of the highlights of the last, 3.5 hours. Matthew Stevens has played some good snooker at times. That yellow wasn't one of his best moments, but excellent snooker overall between him and Dave Gilbert. Hossein Vafai has turned the screw on Jackson Page, but remember, Jackson beat Barry Hawkins in the first round last year. Hossein Vafai will have a commanding lead, the former snooker shootout champion, when they resume at 5 o'clock. Ryan was dynamite for his 1-4-6. 4-0 became 10-0 as poor old Scott Donaldson had to limp home. We wish him well for the summer and hope he's returned to full power next season. The battler from Hastings doubled this respotted black on his way to reducing the arrears to 5-4. Elliot Slessor has been magnificent. Team Ebden has been working well. 7-1 up against Zhao Yulong, who, remember, marched through to the Northern Ireland Open final last autumn, but Slessor 3 frames away from a second Crucible appearance. Robertson and Hamilton, well, we've just seen Jimmy go 6-2, but my goodness me, he's had to work very, very hard for that. Going into the mid-session, 3-1 up as opposed to 2-all could prove to be a key moment. Pangjung Xiu and Juser all square at 4 apiece, nip and tuck every step of the way. And David Amazing Grace made his Crucible debut back in 17, trying to deny Andrew Higginson, who's currently an amateur, a place back on the tour. David in command, although Andrew Higginson just about hanging on at 6 frames to 3. That's how it stands. We have just enough time for some biscuits, a pot of tea, and maybe even a sandwich. This is Judgment Day Part 2. You've been listening to the dulcet tones of Ken Doherty
and the doyen of the commentary box, Dave Hendon, and you've been putting up with me, Rob Walker. We are back live at 5 to find out who is joining the best of the best in tomorrow's live draw on 5 Live at 8:35. We'll be back at the English Institute of Sport in an hour and a half. Thanks for watching. Welcome to Judgment Day Part 2 in Sheffield.